Hello gamers, welcome to the Thursday stream. How's everybody doing today? We are potentially gonna have a little bit longer of a stream today again, because depending on how I'm feeling later, maybe we'll just play a little bit of Pokemon Champions again at the end. Once again, it's not gonna take away from our usual stream content. We're gonna do it as bonus content at the end if I feel like it. But right now I feel like it. I think we're gonna do it. Banlist, dude. I mean, actually, that would be perfect timing if they did it today, because I would actually be live right when it drops. That would be something. But yeah, we also have a Master Duel Banlist to talk about in a second. DuelLinks Banlist. Wait, is there a DuelLinks Banlist as well? Did they actually? Oh, hold up. Where's that? Let me. Oh, they did have one. Okay. Okay, yeah, all right. We'll look at that one too. Why not? I mean, I actually do want to look at the DuelLinks Banlist, because I'm gonna play the Worlds qualifier, so I am interested in what they're doing to the format, and I've been keeping up with it somewhat, so I kind of know what's going on, so I kind of know what the things that need to happen. So we'll take a look at that. Okay. Well, dude, wouldn't it be awesome if they dropped the Master Duel ban list, the TCG ban list today as well, and we'd have a ban list for like all the games on one day? That'd be kind of crazy. Looking at Team YCS breakdown profiles, I'll look into it maybe off stream, like what kind of decks there are and which ones I would want to look at. But realistically, like, it's just my personal feeling on this format right now is I'm just not very excited when the new set is around the corner, and the new set changes quite a lot of things about the game. And I really just, we have nationals and everything in the new format, and so I just can't bring myself to really, like, I'm not that motivated to like jump into current format analysis, or I don't know if I'm alone with that, but I feel like a lot of competitive players are gonna know what I'm talking about, or share the same sentiment of like the stuff. Like, if I had played a YCS myself, yes, I would have cared. Like, if I had planned or participated in a YCS, then I would have prepared for it and cared for it and stuff like that. But if I'm just not personally playing in a major tournament in the format, I feel like naturally care less about it. Like, of course, I'm still playing like small-ish regionals this weekend. Like, I have a couple of regionals coming up, like 100 players, I think, on Saturday and Sunday. Maybe 150 players, I don't know exactly, which are like somewhat, but not really that big of a deal. And so I can't bring myself to really be excited about like the current format anymore when the new set is out in like not even 2 weeks at this point. I think it might be today in 2 weeks. So yeah. What do I Ash versus Memento? Usually, quite frankly, if Ash is your only hand trap, you just Ash the horse. Or at this point, like, I mean, you just Ash the first starter probably, but preferably the horse is one of the better Ashes. But it's not gonna change anything if they have a good extender. They will always play through Ash in Memento. So yeah. Okay, let's warm up real quick, and then let's take a look at those ban lists that we have. Also, Fujiwara, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Loimas, thank you for the Prime. And Kalski, thank you for the 39 months of Prime. Appreciate you all. Welcome back. Thank you for your support. Much appreciated. All right, let's begin. Ooh, I know this guy. This is a Photon Dragon support card, Afterglow. Yeah. See, they play that card in Duel Links sometimes. Maybe it's a staple, but I've definitely played against it. This is Gay Bolg, I think. Then it's Gay Darg. All right, then. 50-50 lost. This is a Gen X card, I believe, which means I'm going to skip it because I don't know the name. Gen X Crusher. All right, then. This is This feels familiar. Vanilla? Soul Eater? That is a vanilla, right? This is Ki Sai Tai, I hope. Yeah. This is something Wasteland. Warrior Lady of the Wasteland. This is Litmus, I hope. Yeah. Hey, good start. I've noticed that whenever I say good start, the next thing that happens is a card that I don't know. Maybe I should stop saying that. Yo, Affect, thank you for the 10 gifties. Appreciate you. That's very generous. Thank you. Enjoy your subs, guys, and thank you, Affect. That is an Adamancipator. Adamancipator. That is a... It's not... Is that Analyzer? Analyzer. This is Orbital 7, but not the card Orbital 7. Photon Orbital. Ooh, I have seen this card. It's got... Is that Gagaga Bolt? Yeah. It is Gagaga Bolt. One of the few Gagaga cards I could actually name. I don't know why. This is this Limit Dragon? I was confused for a second because I know there's two Schwarzschild dragons now. And I was confused that there was only one, but I think they just don't have the new one. Something formation. No. Domino. Domino effect. That makes sense. That does make sense. Canyon? No. Sunlight? Desert sunlight. No! Drought? Ah, okay. I feel like I have seen this card before. This is a Magistus, yeah. Glass Goddess? Yeah. This is a Hieratic Seal. Ah, I zoomed in too much. Hieratic Seal of Banishment. I've seen this guy on Card Guesser. Earthquake Giant. Yeah, I knew it was Giant, but I just thought there was too many to try and find it that way. Flamvel. Am I gonna try Saber? Neo Flamvel Saber. Nice, 50-51. That doesn't happen very often. This feels familiar. What is this? Oh, Blade Rabbit. Worm Bait. Something. No, is it just Battle Steer? Ah, Battle Steer. This feels like Nisamu. That's my favorite Karakuri, by the way. In case you're ever wondering what is Josh's favorite Karakuri, is this guy. No one has ever wondered that before, but now you know. This is a Glad Beast card, but I don't know what it's called. Why? I was a big fan of battle recruiters back in the day. I thought it was a really fun concept. This is just Harpy Lady. Harpy. That is Judgment Dragon. Dude, this is like Asmodean, Stray Asmodean. Yeah. This is the Fusion Skull Knight. Yeah. Ah, Delinquent Duo. Dragon Maid. Dragon Maid Shoe. No. House. One of the fusions. Nah. Oh, not the Blackwing. Is that a Blackwing? That's probably a Blackwing. Hidden Rain. Oh. Sayo. The Rain Hider. Okay. Oh, Call. Megamorph. This is Dimensional Prison. It's not. I thought it was Gigantic Castle for a second, but it's not that. Is that Sacred Summit? No. Readiness? Raid Raptor Readiness. Okay. This is the Floodgate support. Pharaonic Advent? No. Preamid Hunter? Oh, that's not what I was thinking of. Okay, my bad. Heavy Storm. Is that a mutant, maybe? It is a mutant. Okay. Even if I recognize it as a mutant, though, this is Meteor Rain. I wouldn't have known which mutant it was, anyways. This? What is this? A Rescue Ace card? No. Case? I thought it was Case, but I'm pretty sure Case is not in the game yet. Oh, Link into the Reigns. Tiva. Eva? Is that Platinum Gadget? Fusion Reverse Reserve? Reversal. Recovery. Recovery. I thought it was Fusion Reversal. I have no idea. Witch Doctor. Graceful Tear? Oh. Oh! I did not think in the direction of a bird. Okay, Ice Barrier. Who though? Is that the Floodgate? Well, okay, to be fair, that does not narrow it down. Dai Sojo? With Ice Barrier, asking if that's the Floodgate does not narrow it down one bit. That's my bad. Advanced Draw. Punishment. Pixie. Ancient Gear Castle. Or Fortress. Actually, I think it's Fortress. Destiny Hero. No. Armed Wing. I don't know why I thought it was Destiny Hero. Mecha Phantom Beast. Mecha Phantom Beast. This one. This feels familiar. Oh, Choo Choo Lane. This is D Signal. Hello. D4. Ah, D Force. Not D Signal. Isn't there a card called D Signal? Ah, it's Destiny Signal. Blizzard! I hate Blizzard. I hate Blizzard so much. Burning Passion. They always top deck Blizzard when it's their only out. No idea what that is. This is Laval, but I'm really bad with Laval names, so Salamander. Evil Eye, dude. Give me some archetypes that I've seen before, man. Evil Eye Defeat. Come on. What is this? This is a Subterror. Phosphero Glacier. We're not getting to 1,000. I thought we would. I really thought we would. This is Fortune Tune. I really thought we were on pace for 1,000 today. This is Metal Foes. Is this Electromite? No, it's Mithrilium. Ah, 945. It's not washed. Shut up. It's all right. It was just a tough last couple minutes. There was a lot of weird ones in the last couple minutes. It was good. OER, thank you for the 44 months. Appreciate you. Okay. All right. We're looking for a small effect monster after 2015. Okay, let's do a... Let's do... Are the Dragon Rulers in here already? No. I was gonna go for the small Dragon Ruler. Poplar? Okay, I'll do Poplar. It is not Poplar, and it's also not just an effect monster. It's level 2 or 3. And it's that means it's Ritual, Pendulum, Synchro, not Exceed. It's not Link because it has defense points. What is like a level 2 or 3 Synchro? Megalith? Could be a Megalith too. But I think the Megalith have a lot of defense. Even the smaller ones. Yeah, see. Not Megalith. Op ear. Oh, I guess it could be a tuner, yeah. I think a tuner would technically also work. Metal Marcher. I think Metal Marcher also has too much defense. It can't be that hard to try and eliminate a tuner. What's a level 2 or 3 tuner that they've made where the stats also work? Zapper Shrimp? Zapper Shrimp is too new. It's before 2024. Speedroid? Speedroid Cork Shooter. Okay. It's level 3. It's not Synchro. It's not tuner. Oh, are they looking for a pendulum? Are they really asking a pendulum off of me? It could be a fusion. It could be a level 3 fusion as well. So it's fusion or pendulum, I'm pretty sure. Technically, it could be flip. It could be flip. 2021. Munin. Pretty sure Munin has big defense. Also, Munin is from 2022. Yeah, it's not Munin. Tindangle. Tindangle is 2018. There's a 2021. No, 2020. Ooh, wait, no, not enough attack. They're all dark as well. It's not a dark. Water, earth, or light. Level 3. Sulfacord. Sulfacord. Oh, that entire archetype is from 2021. Yeah, you're onto something. It's probably a Sulfacord. Yeah, it's probably that one. Yeah. Me Sulfacord Elitia. Never heard that card in my life. Because it doesn't do yummy combo. Okay. Well, and with that warm-up out of the way, more or less successful, but here we are. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We have a couple of fun things planned for today. We've got new ban lists in multiple games. We've got a React Andy, and we're also going to play some Master Duel, of course. And at the moment, I'm also planning for today's stream to be a little bit longer. If I'm feeling like it later, we're going to play some Pokemon Champions at the end as well for some bonus content. All right. One more thing that I need to clarify real quick, because they have announced this, and I guess I want to make you guys aware of it, even though I think we're not going to be live for this. There's going to be the Blazing Dominion introduction stream later today, as announced. This is the one where usually it's Billy, Break, and Jerome showing off some of the cards in the set, which is going to confirm a couple of archetypes in the set, as well as like rarities and stuff like that. You know, I think they might announce also the new GMX cards and stuff like that. Who knows? However, I think I checked before the stream started, and unless I was mistaken, this is basically in the middle of the night for me almost, because 12 p.m. I think Pacific time is in about like 9 hours, 8.5 hours from now. I mean, it's not the middle of the night for me, but it's 9 p.m. for me. So we're not going to be live that long, probably. So we'll check out some of the things that they announced probably on tomorrow's stream. But yeah. 9 p.m. middle of the night. Okay, dude, I misspoke. I didn't mean middle of the night. I meant we're not going to be live for this long. So it's late. It's okay. Shut up. Shut up! Okay. We have a ban list to talk about for Master Duel, and it is quite the impactful one. Even though, as in typical Master Duel fashion, there's not as many changes on here because, of course, Master Duel gets monthly updates, so we're not expecting every single ban list to look as big as some of the TCG ban lists are. However, this one still is relatively interesting, I think, for a couple of reasons. So why don't we go over these changes one by one and I talk a little bit about it. And I want to start with my favorite change on this ban list, which I'm also praying that we're getting a TCG ban list with this change soon before we get Kewl Tune, is the ban of Naturia Rosewhip. The ban of Naturia Rosewhip is phenomenal, and honestly, I'm not sure where you stand on this, but I personally wasn't sure if they were even gonna hit Kewl Tune at all, but the Naturia Rosewhip ban is definitely targeted at Kewl Tune, even though Kewl Tune just came out and people were, you know, theorizing that they might not hit it so early. The ban of Naturia Rosewhip is massive for the health of the game right now because Kewl Tune is very popular, and even though I personally wasn't playing the card, a lot of people that I was playing against were playing the card, and that is very, very big for many reasons. I mean, in your average game, whenever this card shows up, it's going to make for a very bad time, but more importantly, it opens up so much more counterplay to Kewl Tune. Kewl Tune is a strong deck, don't get me wrong, but Kewl Tune does have weaknesses. The Kewl Tune board, even though they will have perfect information on your hand and on your top deck and stuff like that, is not that oppressive, and it is breakable, especially with board breakers. This was one of the biggest problems, I would say, with Kewl Tune in Master Duel, is that the deck is really efficient into hand traps. If you use a couple of your cards to try and stop them from playing, which is usually not going to work, and they know like the last remaining 3 cards in your hand, and then they also manipulate your top deck, so you're going to draw like another hand trap, you're not winning with 3 cards in hand because you essentially don't get a top deck against the deck, right? Like you're just... But if you have a bunch of board breakers in your hand, they can look at your hand, but they can't do shit about your Super Poly, your Talents, your Pot of Desires, your whatever. And also, board breakers are much better if they are on top of your deck. So if you're playing a board breaker deck, and this is something maybe it's not talked enough about with Kewl Tune, one of the biggest advantages of Kewl Tune against hand trap decks is that there's a lot of cards in your opponent's deck that you can just put to the top and leave it there, and it's basically a dead draw. All the bad hand traps, right? You draw them on your turn, draw an effect veiler, draw whatever, it doesn't matter. With board breakers, they can't do that. If you're playing a board breaker deck, most of the time, the Kewl Tune player is going to look at the top 2 cards of your deck. They're going to see like an engine card and a board breaker, or 2 of each, whatever, like two board breakers or 2 engine cards, and they have to give you a good card, right? Unless you get really unlucky and they show like a random one of that you don't want to draw, then they can give you that. But in most cases, they're going to see 2 good cards on top of your deck, which is one of the main reasons why decks like Sky Striker are good against Kewl Tune. And guess what? What's good against board breakers? What's good against power spells? Naturia Rosewhip. There's no better way to punish your opponent for having a bunch of powerful spells in their hand than to summon Rosewhip and say you can only activate one of them, right? And so this card being taken out of Kewl Tune has so many implications for like how to beat this deck as well. Like if you want to, you can actually play a board breaker deck now and have a good time. Like this puts decks like Sky Striker back on the menu, but not just Sky Striker. Any deck can be played with like a bunch of power spells now and maybe beat Kewl Tune going second as well. Like Draco Tail suffers against Rosewhip as well, because that's the thing, right? If you have, even if you have a powerful spell in your hand against Rosewhip and you can activate one of them, they have one negation in the form of RS or also Zaylin, depending on what kind of board they go for. So they will just negate your spell and then you're cooked. I don't actually know how Zaylin interacts with Rosewhip because Zaylin, I think, negates activation. Maybe you can activate another one, but RS definitely doesn't. So with RS, you could always basically make it, yeah. I mean, I'm talking about this more so in the impact of why this is a good change, but I mean, fundamentally, this card is a floodgate, so it's good that it's gone. And the same applies for Performable 5 Rainbow Magician. There's a huge difference between how they handled Rainbow Magician and Rosewhip, though, because you gotta give it to them, the Rosewhip ban is very fast. The Rose Whip ban is very fast and on time, basically. Pretty much exactly the same time as Kewl Tune comes out, they get rid of Rose Whip, which is good. The Rainbow Magician is a good ban, but you gotta say this one's like months late. This one's like months too late. Like this is something that should have happened a long time ago, because that card was running rampant mainly during like when Draco Tail was playing the card. And at the moment, Draco Tail is basically not really existent anymore. I don't know if I've played against like many, maybe one since the introduction of Kewl Tune, but not many Draco Tails running around at the moment. So, I mean, I'm still happy about it. I'm not complaining, but I wish they would have done it like they did with Rose Whip. They should have done it a little bit sooner. So yeah, but those are the two bans, and I'm quite happy with them because, I mean, honestly, the other meta decks in the format right now, besides Kewl Tune, everything, like Kewl Tune is definitely the strongest deck in Master Duel right now. I think that's what's currently also being reflected by like the standings in the in rated duels and everything. So the fact that they're willing to hit the deck so early is good in my book, and especially the fact that they're getting rid of the floodgates right away. That's going to save me a lot of my mentality during the upcoming Duelist Cup that Naturia Rose Whip is banned. I already know that. I would have crashed out at that card multiple times over the span of that weekend, and so I'm happy it's gone. But that's not even all of the hits to Kewl Tune that they've done. They are also willing to limit Synchro Overtake, which is essentially fusion deployment for synchros, which is really good in Kewl Tune. They are limiting it to 1. And I think that's a reasonable change. You know me, I'm typically not a fan of consistency hits. I think this is like not really a consistency hit though, because the Kewl Tune deck can replace this card. There's other cards that you can play instead of Synchro Overtake. You can play the Duelist Genesis, which is basically a searcher for Synchro Overtake, or Kewl Tune Synchro. The only thing is you need a tuner on field or grave, so it doesn't work as a 1-card starter, but it does work as an extender the same way. It's going to be worse into Droll and Lockbird because you're performing a search before you actually get your card, which means Droll is going to be even better against Kewl Tune, and already is a good card against Kewl Tune, which, I mean, Droll and Lockbird is a whole topic in and of itself, and that card is not fun to play against, but that's not really the point here. The point is, like, Synchro Overtake is one of the most powerful cards in Kewl Tune, but there are replacements for it, which means that the deck is not really going to lose consistency on paper. It's just going to have to play slightly suboptimal cards. Like, you can go with the Duelist Genesis, you can play with Overtuning, you can play with Pot of Desires. There's plenty of ways. You can even play cards like Reinforcement of the Army, because that searches Kewl Tune Mix, I believe, is the Warrior. But a lot of ways to replace this card means the deck is still going to stay consistent, but you're just not going to have this crazy 1-card starter that's also a great extender all the time, which is going to make the deck mostly weaker into, I think, Droll and Lockbird, because all the replacements play into Droll. And also, it's going to make the deck a little bit weaker going second. However, I think going second is where this matters the least, because going second, because Kewl Tune is a hand trap deck, I've found that the Duelist Genesis is basically a better version of this card anyways, unless you get Drolled. Because going second, you're going to use a hand trap, you're going to have a tuner in the graveyard, so the Duelist Genesis you can immediately activate, and then you can have the choice even between adding Overtake or Kewl Tune Synchro. So in some ways, Duelist Genesis is basically when your opponent doesn't have Droll, I think Duelist Genesis is a better card going second than Overtake. So that's something to be considered. But yeah, I think in general, I am positively surprised by the fact that they were willing to hit Kewl Tune so early, and especially that they banned Rose Whip. That's awesome. I wasn't expecting it. Of Master Duel of all games, if Master Duel, once again, I've been saying this a couple of times, but if Master Duel is the first game to ban a card, you know something's wrong. You know someone is behind on it. If Naturia Rose Whip gets banned in Master Duel before the OCG and before the TCG, you know those departments are lagging behind right now. That's crazy. But yeah. Another limit that I'm so happy about is Herald of the Orange Light. I was already asking for this one on the previous ban list. Like, I was hoping it was there and it wasn't there. Herald of the Orange Light being limited is phenomenal. I'm not even sure if the limit is going to really affect some. I mean, it affects the decks for sure because you're not going to open the card as often, and that's one of the most frustrating uses of the card is when they use it to negate hand traps. If they search their Herald at the end of their combo with Eva, it's like, okay, I guess, you know, you've resolved your full combo, you're now getting a monster negate, sure. But when you try to like hand trap the, what was it? It was mainly Sulfa Cord Yummy, and it was also Gem Knight, Fiendsmith, whatever. If you try to use a Molcharmy or an Ash or whatever against them, and they just use Herald of the Orange Light to just play their combo uninterrupted, it was so toxic. So I'm very happy that this card is being hit. Leaving it at 1, like I said, still leaves some opportunity for people to play it in those decks with Eva. You might still be able to search it at the end of your combo, but it's less often that you're going to be able to negate hand traps with it, because the chance now of drawing your one of Herald with a fairy is not that high. But yeah. And then we've got some unlimits that are actually interesting. You know, these are cards that might matter. Kashtira Fenrir to 3 is good. That's an interesting approach. And honestly, I'm a fan of it. This card has been at 3 in the TCG forever. It's never hit the ban list, and it's never been a problem, in my opinion. I think Fenrir is a phenomenal Yu-Gi-Oh card in a good way. Like, it's a really good Yu-Gi-Oh card, but in a non-broken way. Like, it's powerful, obviously. It's a powerful Yu-Gi-Oh card, but I think Fenrir in itself is a very interactive card because it's removal based. The only problem that I have is that Master Duel has not banned Arise Heart. So in Master Duel, I'm not sure if I'm going to be happy if people start playing more Kashtira. And because but the thing is here, this is the thing that I have to say here, is the problem is not Fenrir. The problem was never Fenrir. The fact that Fenrir is even banned in the OCG, in my opinion, is outrageous. Like, Fenrir is just a good generic Yu-Gi-Oh card, okay? But Arise Heart is a problem. And so if this basically brings Kashtira back into the format and people start spamming Arise Heart again, then they gotta do something about Arise Heart. They gotta do the thing that makes sense, which is banning Arise Heart. Fenrir being able to search itself is weird? No. Fenrir being able to search itself is what makes it well designed, because you don't have to play Kashtira to play Fenrir. Fenrir is basically a non-engine card, but a cool one at that, because it's removal-based non-engine, which is what I'm asking for all the time. I love removal-based non-engine. If the non-engine in Yu-Gi-Oh would be more centered around interaction and removal, we'd be living in a good place. If people would be playing more cards like Fenrir and Fallen the Virtuous and so on and so forth, we're good. That's good, because negation is what is it uninteractive. Removal is fun. So yeah, I'm all for Fenrir at 3. If this brings Kashtira back, then they have to ban Arise Heart, which is always the good thing. Okay, Metamorphosis to 3 is interesting. I don't know if there's going to be use cases for this card. I'm not against it. Because I think the card has some problematic uses, but since the card is basically unsearchable, I don't think people are going to build decks around this. They might just put it into a deck where it makes sense to summon something cool with it. And I say cool, and I mean cool. Like, there is cool ways to use this card, and it might honestly be a preparation for the Fairy Tail support. That's a good call, because in Fairy Tail, I don't know exactly how it works, but I think in Fairy Tail it's a starter, because they have a lot of level 4 spellcasters, and like one of their fusions is level 4. So you use it as like a starter / extender by turning your spellcasters into that level 4 monster, I think is how it works, which is a completely fine use of the card, right? However, you do have to caveat this by saying, if people now start playing 3 Metamorphosis in a bunch of decks where it just like brings out a crazy floodgate because you have the right levels for it, then I'm not going to be a fan of it, right? Like, if people start now playing Kashtira with Metamorphosis because you can summon Last Warrior from another planet, I don't know if I'm going to like that, right? So it's a dangerous maneuver, putting Metamorphosis to 3, but I'm not against it. I think it's fine, hopefully. 1,000% that's gonna happen. Here's the thing. I don't think that is going to be the reason why Kashtira is hated. I mean, the thing, realistically, there's a billion other cards you can play instead in a Kashtira deck that are problematic, even if you don't draw them in like 2-card combos, right? Like, because there's a ton of cards like Macro Cosmos or whatever that you can just have and you don't need to draw anything else next to it. So Metamorphosis being a 2-card combo to Floodgate at minimum, I think in the modern context of Floodgates just isn't really right. If you can't search the card and your only purpose is to Floodgate with the card, then why not just play a Floodgate that doesn't require you to draw combos? Like stun duelists, they're not trying to draw combos. You can just summon a barrier statue, or you can just summon whatever. Like, why would you try to draw Metamorphosis plus a Kashtira? I don't know. I don't know if that's really the thing, right? With this card. So yeah. All things considered, this ban list is better than I expected for Master Duel standards, I think. I wasn't expecting them to hit Kewl Tune so early. I've already given up on the Herald of the Orange Light hit because it didn't happen previously, so I thought it wasn't going to happen, but I'm happy that it did. And the bans are great too. I mean, the 5 Rainbow Magician is a little bit late to the party, but I'm not complaining about that. Of course, it's not the perfect ban list because there's a lot of things in Master Duel that are still going wrong. We still have a lot of shit legal that shouldn't be legal. You know, Max Siege, Rolling Lockbird, Ash Blossom, Called by the Grave, Baron the Fleur, what you name it. They didn't hit Magnet Warrior at all. I was kind of hoping for Block Dragon to go. Or at least Baron, but Herald of the Arclight is also still running rampant. So there's still a lot of stuff in Master Duel that that needs to go. But in terms of what we did get, I think it's pretty solid. I think it is pretty solid. OCG people are already cooking with Metamorph. Okay. Yeah, all right. Okay. Look. You're gonna so you're gonna look at this deck, all right? You're looking at this deck and you're telling me Metamorphosis is the problem here? Because first of all, this deck is not even much different. This deck is probably worse than Odeon, by the way. Still, this is worse than Odeon, and I am convinced that that's true. This deck is just worse Odeon, and also the problem in this deck is not Metamorphosis. The problem is not Metamorphosis, bro. Big Koala is wild. Jesus Christ. Why no Impulse? Yeah, no Dominus Impulse is also crazy. Yeah, they could play Dominus Impulse no problem. They're not even playing Ether Barrel, which is the only card that would be blocked. I mean, Impulse blocks Max C, but that doesn't matter, right? So. Bro, they need to purge all these cards out of existence at some point, man. At some point, we're gonna need a ban list that's gonna ban all the Floodgates, unironically. Oh man. Yeah, but genuinely, I don't think the problem here is Metamorphosis. If anything, the problem is Last Warrior from Another Planet. I think that's even more likely to be true. Is that like if the main toxic thing that people can think of with Metamorphosis is summoning out Last Warrior, then get rid of Last Warrior. It's not that hard. But this deck is also not winning going second ever. You're not winning off of Dominus Spiral and Imperm and Super Poly in modern Yu-Gi-Oh anymore. Check the DuelLinks Banlist, Pepe Lav. You say Pepe Lav, but we are going to do that. We are going to do that. So today we've got a second ban list to look at, not just the Master Duel ban list, but DuelLinks DuelLinks also got a ban list, and just for some context, let me find my tweet regarding it. So this essentially, if you don't know, if you haven't caught up with DuelLinks or you're not up to date, DuelLinks is in a pretty dire state right now, or maybe was, depending on how good this ban list is. But I've been worried about it because I told you guys this earlier. I'm going to participate in the DuelLinks Worlds qualifier this year, and I'm gonna get some help before the tournament from current world champion Sniffus, who's going to teach me a little bit about the game in the weeks leading up to the Worlds qualifier, so that we can try to participate and try to qualify in the regional qualifier. They basically have the same exact thing as they do in Master Duel, where it's like they have these duelist cups. For them, they're called KC cups, where the first person in the world qualifies for Worlds. But then they also have a regional qualifier where like it's the first person or the first two from each individual region, right? And so since I didn't think it was any sort of realistic that I would get first in the world, I'm only going to try to play the regional qualifier. And this is just the experience that one of the players had at the most recent KC Cup, which just happened, because apparently, from what I've been told, DuelLinks is in a pretty dire state right now, because there's a couple of decks in the format that are doing really, really toxic things. So we've got Destiny Heroes, which apparently have a hand loop that is very consistent, where they will literally just loop your entire hand. I don't know exactly how it works, but there's a Destiny Hero combo that basically hand loops you entirely. And then on the other end of the spectrum, there is Therion, which is a deck that just puts up a billion Omni Negates with like Regulus, and they play like the Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Counter Trap, which is Unsearchable Omni Negate via any rank 8, and so on and so forth. And so they'll do things like, they have like Regulus, the Tachyon Transmigration, as well as Photon Lord or Hope Harbinger. So they have like 3 or 4 negates, and it's crazy. Plus other non-engine that they've drawn or whatever. So it sounds like a really tough format. Which, yeah, DuelLinks, if you've never checked in with it after its initial release, like DuelLinks is much closer to modern Yu-Gi-Oh than you might think, actually. So yeah, at the moment, my plan still stands. We're going to be playing the DuelLinks Worlds qualifier, and we're going to be coached by Sniffus in the weeks leading up to it. He's going to teach us a little bit about the format. But I would still like this ban list to be helpful in that regard. So let's take a quick look at what's happening here. Also, keep in mind that the DuelLinks ban list is working a little bit differently than the TCG ban list or Master Duel ban list, because the cards limited or semi-limited or at 3, the rule is you can only play one of the limited cards. So basically, if 2 cards are limited, you can only play one of them and not the other one. So that's slightly different. And if 2 cards are semi-limited, you can play 2 of one, but then 0 of the other, or 1 each, you know? So slightly different. All right, let's see. Nightmare Corruptor Iblis. Okay, well, I mean, this is something that even as a TCG player, I can get behind this. This is a good ban. I don't know if this card was even part of the decks that I just mentioned. I don't know if Destiny Hero or Therion played this card, but this is a phenomenal ban regardless. So, that's good. Always get rid of that card. Okay. I'm gonna need context for this one. What the hell is Superconductor Tyranno doing here? Oh, once per turn, tribute a monster, inflict 1,000 damage. Ah, it's probably an FTK combo, right? It's probably an FTK. Dude, DuelLinks? What's happening with DuelLinks? They've been having so many FTK problems. Elementary school ass card. Yeah, I remember this card was in like the Dino Structure deck back then, right? It's so funny to me. You look at like the DuelLinks ban list, and they're all like, it's all like the most random ass cards. Didn't they limit Luster Dragon 2 at some point? Because it's a 2400 vanilla, but it was like a good card because it was part of some skill. Luster Dragon 2 is literally a 2400 1 tribute vanilla from like 2003, and it's limited in DuelLinks because there was a crazy skill with it, which is very funny to me. Okay. Disturbance Strategy. Your opponent shuffles their entire hand into the deck, then draws. Ah, this is the hand loop. This is the hand loop, right? This is with, it's like a Droll and Lockbird combo, right? You go like Chainlink 1 this, Chainlink 2 Droll is the combo, right? Yeah. Ah, okay, so the hand loop is gone. That's good, I suppose. I think that's all there is to this card, but I think that's a big change. See, the thing is, I'm sure a lot of the Duel Links players share the same sentiment right now, but I feel like if you have just played in this 72-hour KC Cup and you've been miserable because this card exists, if this card is banned now, I'm sure you think like, okay, that's good, but couldn't you have done this like a week earlier? Wasn't it something that we could have done before the KC Cup? I feel like that's what a lot of people must be thinking in Duel Links right now. Yeah. All right, Mind Wipe. What the hell is this? Quick play spell card? Oh, this is the same thing. This is the same thing, pretty much. Activate only if your opponent has 3 or less cards in their hand. Your opponent adds their hand to the deck, shuffles it, draws the same number of cards that they added. So this is like more situational because they need less than 3 or 3 or less, but it's basically functionally the same card. So this is more like a preemptive hit because they want to make sure that there's no replacement for this card. Okay, well, that's good. Limited. Tachyon Transmigration. All right, now even I, as someone who's only played Duel Links very on and off over the last couple of months, I've been sick and tired of this card. I've been sick and tired of this card. Now, if this card is limited, it means you technically can still play it. But in what are the other cards that are limited that you'd have to not play then? Like, what is the card that you have to give up if you want to play this card? For any of the Duel Links players. Dragluxion. Ooh, but then... dude, I'm spoiling myself. Yeah, Dragluxion is here. Okay. I tried to not look at the other ones in too much detail. Okay, Dragluxion is... That makes sense, right? Because that is the way you would easily search this card, right? And all of the Galaxy decks really want Dragluxion. Because if you can't go into Dragluxion, then it's all like... I don't even know if you play this card still, because Dragluxion is so good. But that seems like a very good change. That seems like a very, very good change to me. Okay, nice. Destiny Hero Dominance. During your main phase, look at the top 5 cards of your deck or your opponent's deck. Place them on the top in any order. Oh, it's a Kewl Tune card. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, draw a card. If this fusion summon card is destroyed by battle or card effect, target 3, level 9 or lower. You know, okay, is this just mainly relevant because of the top deck manipulations? Yeah. DP pops it. Oh, I missed that part. It doesn't have to be destroyed by your opponent's card. You can destroy it yourself. Oh. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Once again, limited does not mean banned. Was there any... Okay, I'm going to ask this way to not spoiler myself again. Is there already another limited card in Destiny Hero that now clashes with this? Or is that a new change on this list? Do I have to continue to get that? Or is there already like a limit on, I don't know, Destiny Draw or something? You will see. Okay. Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max. Well, I can only guess that that's because of FTKs as well. It is worth noting, I guess, that all of the Duel Links cards also, they already did something to prevent FTKs more, which is in Duel Links, because the life points are halved. All the burn damage is also halved. So like Gustav Max does not do 2,000 damage like it does in TCG. It does 1,000. But still, I guess non-hard ones per turn, 1,000 burn. We gotta hit some of these cards in Duel Links, I suppose. And I found that like the reason why in Duel Links FTKs are more common than in the TCG are not actually because of 4,000 life points, because like I said, all the cards are halved in damage anyway. So technically, it's the same. All the burn cards do the same ratio, in terms of like in relation to the life points, right? But it's just significantly easier to draw your entire deck in Duel Links because your deck is 20 cards and not 40 cards. And drawing, like, they cut the life points in half, so they have the damage. But when they cut the deck size in half, they didn't have like the drawing power, right? Like they didn't have like if a card says draw 2, you draw 1 or something. That doesn't exist. That's not a thing. So you can much easier draw your entire deck. You have one less card in your opening hand, but the skills make up for that, right? So yeah. Necro Valley goes to 1. I have no idea which deck even played this card, but I feel like that's a positive change based on how toxic this card is. So I'm happy with that. Wait, Therion played this? Why did or anti-Therion, or what? Searchable with 7th Tachyon? Oh, were people doing like 7th Tachyon, search Gravekeeper's Commandant? Okay. Okay, dude. what? Dude? I love doing this, even though I've been playing Duel Links a little bit, but I'm not deep enough in it so that I know everything. And it's fun because the answer to my question, what were they doing with Makira the Destructor in Duel Links? What were they doing? Makira has its own skill. Okay. Now, can you still use it as at 1? Like, does the skill search Makira, or does the skill need Makira in hand? The skill is crazy. Okay. What was the skill called? Duel Links Makira skill. Makira's Judgment? Is that the one? You can use this skill first and second effect once per duel if your deck contains a total of 2 or more different trap cards. During your main phase, draw a card or add a Makira from your deck to your hand, then shuffle 1 card from your hand to the deck. This turn, you can normal summon Makira in addition. Reveal a Makira in your hand, add a random trap card. This turn, you can activate a trap from your hand. On turn, you can activate a trap from your hand, and your opponent will take no effect damage for the remainder of the duel. Okay. Yeah, but like, if Makira is at 1, you can still very much play this, right? Because you search it with the skill and then you can reveal it. So this is still completely doable with 1. I guess the only thing is that now you cannot play the other limited cards, right? That's probably the bigger deal here because the skill still works. The skill is completely fine with 1 Makira, but you're going to have to not play other limited cards then, which might be a big deal depending on which deck it goes in, right? Okay. Yeah, oh, dude, this is so good. Oh, I love that. Even as someone who's only played a little bit of Duel Links, I was so sick of seeing these cards every time. Like the amount of, and it's not just Therion that was doing rank 8s. There was so much Galaxy Eyes and not even for like recent months. Like I've been playing Duel Links relatively actively. I've been doing all my quests and everything since last year's World Championship. Because that's when I talked to Sniffus about wanting to maybe play next year and everything. So I've been like playing, doing my quests, doing my rated mode so I can get the gems and everything. Every season, every month, there was some freaking rank 8 Galaxy Eyes turbo, like always. And whenever they seemed to get weaker, they got new cards. Like, for example, I think this card isn't even out for this long. Yeah, this card came out 2 months ago. But even before this card came out, they were doing rank 8 spam with Galaxy Eyes and stuff like that. And then the decks get weaker and then they get new cards. The decks get weaker and then they get new cards. It's like, it's been so annoying. And then Tachyon Transmigration, like, man, okay. So one Dragluxion, 1 7th Tachyon, and 1 Transmigration means you can only play one of these guys, not multiple, which is phenomenal. Which means this card, honestly, this card kind of sucks now. Because what do you search with this? I mean, it still searches any Galaxy card, so there still is good targets in Galaxy Eyes, but then you're not ending on the counter trap, and you also can't play 7th Tachyon. That's good. Those are definitely good changes. I'm a big fan of that. Hope Harbinger is also limited to 1. Oh, that was already limited though, right? So Hope Harbinger being at 1. Is Photon Lord at 1? Is Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord at 1 or is Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord unlimited? No. Okay. So unless it's still on this list, you can still go Drag Luxion, search an extender, and then go in. Can Drag Luxion rank up into Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord? Yes, right? Yeah. Oh no, wait, it summons a dragon. No, it's a warrior. Yeah, Photon Lord is not a dragon. Okay. Yeah, this card might be bad now. Because if you can't even rank up into Harbinger, it's basically just a rank 8 to search. Still not bad. It's still not bad. It's just bad compared to what it used to do. Right? It still searches a card and then ranks up into something else. It's still a good card, but just not as broken as it was. Because this card alone was 2 negates when you were going first, because it would search Galaxy Eyes Transmigration on summon, and then it would rank up into Harbinger, which is an Omni negate and a spell negate in one card, which was really, really broken. Especially, negates are even more broken in Duel Links sometimes because they have less cards in hand. So, like, if you have 2 negates or 3 negates, like, bro, you're negating everything your opponent does. So, yeah, okay. Phenomenal limits for this. This is making me hopeful. This is making me hopeful for the Worlds qualifier that the format might be significantly better now. Destiny Hero Dogma. I think Destiny... This is so funny to me as a TCG player once again, because this card was never good in TCG. Like, people only played this for, like, random trade-in shenanigans sometimes, but it was never a good card. But it's needed for the Destiny Hero skill, I know that. The Destiny Hero skill works with, I think it's Dogma and one other. Which one is it? Is it Dreadmaster? Or is it just Dogma? I feel like the Destiny Hero skill was naming, when I read it, oh, Plasma, not Dreadmaster. Yeah, okay. So Dogma Limited means you cannot play Dogma and Dominance together. Okay. I guess we'll have to wait and see, because I remember thinking, because in the latest Duel Links box, they got, hear me out, they got DPE and Fusion Destiny. And I remember thinking, like, there's no way you can't make a good Destiny Hero deck with those cards. But then, of course, it turns out the new Destiny Hero deck does way more than just DPE. It also just hand loops. So the question is it still good enough without the hand loop and with just Dogma at 1 or Dominance? But we'll see, I guess. We'll see. Okay. Raid Raptor Revolution Falcon Air Raid. Now, I have no idea what this card does, but I don't even have to read it to know that this card deserved it. any Raid Raptor card on the ban list deserved it. That's the thing. Usually, you know when someone is accused of a crime and the initial response is, well, guilty until innocent until proven guilty. With Raid Raptor cards, not the case. Raid Raptor cards opposite. Raid Raptor cards guilty until proven innocent. So I don't even have to read this card to know it deserved to be limited. Used for theory on FTK. See, there you go. There you go. Okay. Fuck them birds. All right. Light Force Sword. Banish a random card from your opponent's hand during your opponent's forced standby phase after this card's activation. Return that card to their hand. Okay. Yeah, okay. Light Force Sword is a random hand loop, I guess, on a trap. Which is it's not actually that bad of a card, you know? It's a random hand rip, which is kind of toxic, but it's not even that bad. After the 4th standby phase, dude, this might as well. The 4th standby phase doesn't exist in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Your opponent's 4th standby phase is on turn 8. So yeah, that's a myth. It works with Makira. I don't know if it was played together. I don't have enough info on that. So yeah, but this card basically rips a card out of your opponent's hand, so I'm not against it. Heavy Slump. Okay. What were people doing with Heavy Slump? How did people have 8 cards in hand in Duel Links? I'll be honest, I don't know. Okay. Nobody used it. Okay. So the thing is, like, I do say 4 cards in hand in Duel Links, but there are a couple of skills that will give you a lot of cards. Literally, in modern Duel Links, there's a couple of skills where you activate it and then you add like 3 cards to your hand. It's like reveal this card, reveal an appliancer card in your hand, and then you add like 4 cards from your deck to your hand. The problem is though that the way skills work in Duel Links is that they don't start a chain, and they also don't give your opponent priority to do anything, right? Like, for example, even if you're toggled on, if your opponent uses the skill in an open game state, it is still an open game state, and it still is your opponent has priority, right? So let's say even if your opponent has a custom skill that puts them to 8 cards in hand, you wouldn't be able to use Heavy Slump immediately after. They would still be able to play a card first, and then they would probably be down to 7. So I don't really know the reason for this card, but I mean, it's a toxic card, so I'm not complaining. This card, dude, I know this card is guilty because it also I mean, it's a Raid Raptor, but also this card is one of the cards that they play in the Mitsurugi FTK in Master Duel. This is part of that FTK. So I know this card is guilty. I know it. I know it's guilty. Dude, this list is massive. Holy, how many cards are on here? I mean, Duel Links must be happy about that though, because like I said, people were complaining. Literally every single Duel Links player that I follow on like X or anywhere, like everyone was complaining about the format. So like I think the game was rough. So yeah, it's a massive ban list. Mind Drain. Well, there's another Floodgate. Let's get rid of that. All right, while we're at it. Tyrants to Raid. Dude, there's so many. Dude, it's so funny because you have like, dude, literally the DuelLinks Banlist. You're gonna find some of the most toxic cards in existence next to friggin' Destiny Hero Dogma and Superconductor Tyranno from the 2007 Dinosaur Structure deck. It's so awesome. Okay. Tyrants to Raid, a Pointer of the Red Lotus. Okay, well, I mean, does anyone have an issue with these cards going to 1? No, right? It's kind of stupid that they are even going to 1 and not banning the cards, but once again, in Duel Links, the limit 1 is actually a much bigger restriction, because once again, you can only play 1 limited card in total. And for most decks, this essentially means the card is banned because most decks have some limited card that they want to play. And so if you have to play a limited card in your engine, these cards are not even an option for you, right? So most of the time, limit 1 is basically a ban for these cards. So okay. Mirror Force. This card honestly, this card should probably be unlimited in Duel Links as well, right? The time in which this card was even good is probably, you can only get 1 copy, I think. I have 1 copy in like a special rarity, because it also says how to obtain special campaign. I only have 1, so I don't think anyone has more than 1 anyways, but no one plays this card. Like, this card literally in my entire time, this is like the kind of card that you play against when you make a new account and then you start playing. Then obviously everyone is going to have Mirror Force in their deck, but I think at a competitive level, Duel Links is at the point where this sort of thing is just not good anymore. So I don't know why it's at 2, but all right. Enemy Controller is a little bit better than Mirror Force, but I still think this card probably doesn't see play in Duel Links if it's semi-limited. It goes down to me still as one of the most iconic cards for Duel Links, because it was a staple for such a long time. Like, for such a long time, Enemy Controller was a really iconic Duel Links card because every deck played it, and that was really fun. I love Enemy Controller. They should probably unlimit this as well. They really should. It can see play semi-limited. It's more realistic now at 2, because at 2 you have a little bit more wiggle room, but I still don't think it will see play. But once again, I'm not an expert on current format, but maybe it's interesting. But I think this card should get unlimited. With the power level that I'm experiencing in Duel Links, I don't see why Enemy Controller shouldn't be unlimited. Like, they got the non-engine they play, literally. They got Imperm, they got Droll, they got Nibiru, they got Droplet. They got all of that in Duel Links. They got all of that. And you're telling me that Enemy Controller needs to be at 2 when they got all these other cards? There's no way. There's no way. Okay, cards limited to 3, which means, once again, in the TCG, this would mean nothing, but in Master Duel, unlimited to 3 is something that doesn't make any sense in TCG, but in Master Duel, because of the restrictions. In DuelLinks, it makes sense. All right. 3 Tachyon Primal, 3 Regulus, 3 Buster Drake, Droll and Lockbird. Droll and Lockbird catching strays even in DuelLinks. You love to see it. Fuck them birds, okay? Therion Alasia go together with Regulus. Okay. Shaddoll Schism goes from 2 to 3. Valence World. Okay. Once again, this similar to Raid Raptors. I don't have to know. But this is deserved 100%. Okay. So more hits to Therion, hits to ABC, hits to Tachyon. I'm on board with that. Golden Lockbird catching strays. I'm on board with that. Shaddoll Schism. The funny thing is sometimes a card going from 2 to 3 is not even a buff. It's a nerf because they have another card that's at 3. I don't know what's the case with Shaddoll Schism. Is this a buff or a nerf for Shaddoll? It's a nerf? Yeah, right? Because Wendy is Wendy also at 3? So that means beforehand you could play 3 Wendy and 2 Schism if you wanted to. And now if Schism goes to 3, you cannot play 5 of them together. You can play 3 together. So sometimes it's a nerf, actually. It's funny how that works. Okay. You're saying Nibiru is also at 3. So that means people can no longer play 3 Droll and 3 Nib. They have to pick a mix between the 2, which is interesting, I suppose. Yeah, they are using this system pretty well, I think. It's kind of cool, actually. Sometimes I wonder whether it would be better or interesting to have that in the TCG as well. Well, it would certainly be interesting. I don't know if it would be better, but it's a pretty cool system that they have. The TCG is never going to do this because it's way too big of a change. I don't think they want to do this ever, but hypothetically, I think it'd be fun. The question is, why not limit 4 and 5? I don't know. I mean, I guess you could do this endlessly, right? You could do limit 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but I mean, at some point, the list will be very hard to look over. So I think they just chose the same numbers that we have in TCG and OCG, where it's just 0, 1, 2, and 3, which intuitively makes sense because 3 is the full playset of a card. So yeah. Cards to be unlimited. Okay, so these are the cards where from now on, they're going to have no restriction on them whatsoever. Needle Sealing, that's a fun card to play. Love that. I don't know if it's going to see play, but it's a fun one. Star Seraph Scepter. Haven't really seen Star Seraphs do anything since a long time. I know this deck was meta a while ago. Like, I think at the last year's World Championship, I think some people played it, if I remember correctly. But no, hasn't really seen much play ever since, I think. We've got the Croc going to 3, sure. And we've got Sanctified Dark Lord. Yeah, okay. And then we have a bunch of skill changes, which I don't want to go over because I don't know exactly how good these decks were. And but they're changing Starlight Drive. They're changing Battlemorph Leader of the 7, which is probably dude, this skill is funny because this skill gives your opponent freaking 30 extra deck cards. This skill literally, here, at the beginning of the duel, add 20 different Exceeds monsters to your extra deck. What the hell is that? I played against this skill for the first time, and I thought I was tripping because I thought their extra deck was their main deck. Because it was, in DuelLinks, you only have like 8 or 9 extra deck. I think it's 9 extra deck. And they start the game with 29 cards in there. That's insane. What do you mean? What do you mean 29 card extra deck? Who came up with that? Yeah. Might of the True World is now a... That's a buff because it's allowed its second and third effect to be once per turn instead of once per duel. That is a buff. Ooh, that's a Libromancer skill. Let's go. Oh, most of these are buffs. Yeah, this one, the skill that adds 20 to your extra deck also got buffed because you can search any Exceed spell trap instead of just Revive Splash, whatever that means. And Valen's Tactics now allows both its second and third effect to be used once per turn instead of the third being once per duel. All right. Dude, how many change? Is this the biggest ban list that we've ever seen? It might be. 4, 10, 14, 19, 21, 29. 29 hits plus 4 unlimited. So 33 changes, if I didn't miscount right there. 33 changes. Holy shit. This might be more changes than Master Duel has made since it's started. God. Okay, well, I mean, it's such a massive list that I suppose it's really hard for them to know already whether it's a really good list or not. But I feel like from what I've heard from the DuelLinks players in recent weeks and months, this feels necessary. This feels appropriate. This feels appropriate for the state that the game was in, from what I've heard. So, yeah, you got to give it to them. At least they're trying. At least they're trying. The whole FTK situation in DuelLinks has been a little weird because I feel like every single month over the last couple of months, I've always heard of some random FTK popping up in DuelLinks, which is just kind of like, it's natural in some ways because DuelLinks, I mean, cards are not being designed for DuelLinks, right? Like when cards are being made, I'm pretty sure the card designers, they just make them for the OCG/TCG format, right? Like they don't design cards with a 20 card deck in mind, where decks also have skills to be like hyper consistent usually. And so when the cards go to DuelLinks, I think the designers, it seems like a really hard job to make sure that in DuelLinks, not everything falls apart when you bring out a new archetype that was not made for your game, it was made for another game. And so I kind of understand it. So but it's still rough, you know, it's still rough in the current like DuelLinks landscape. So I think this is good. I think this is good as my somewhat informed opinion. I think this is a good list, and I mean, I think the fact that it's so massive is going to be something that's I'm sure the DuelLinks community is really excited, and it gets me excited because I think most of the bad things that I heard about from DuelLinks, I think, are handled with this. So I'm looking forward to the Worlds qualifier a little bit more now. So that's cool. So we'll have to wait and see how the format turns out for that. All right. Quick toilet break, and then we'll hop into some Master Duel. Hey. Let me open up Master Duel. Champions when? We can play Champions later if you want. If you want to watch it, I kind of want to build a new team later. We can build a team together though. All right, game is loading. Is it finally time for some block magnets? Dude, I don't know if I want to be a block dragon gamer today. Here's the FNL list announcements again. Once again, if you just came into the stream, and you're wondering on my thoughts, I guess TLDR, I think it is a good list, but we've already reacted to it, and the video is going to be up on the main channel in a bit, in a few hours probably. So it's just going to be our upload for the main channel today. If you've not subscribed to the YouTube channel yet, you can go exclamation mark YouTube and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Then you're going to see my longer thoughts on the ban list later today. Oh, yeah. Okay, and let me collect my gems. I guess one thing we can do real quick is talk about how this deck is going to change with the new ban list, I suppose. So I mean, the obvious thing that you could do and that you will see people do now is when you cut. I mean, my list is not even playing Rose Whip, so that's not going to change in that regard. But the obvious replacement. The obvious replacement for Synchro Overtake is going to be the Duelist Genesis, which is just a card that searches Overtake, right? And with the new, also one thing I think, I mean, it's already a trend, but something that is 100% going to happen after this Forbidden and Limited list is that Droll and Lockbird is going to become even more stable. Without any evaluation on whether that's a good thing or not, Droll and Lockbird is going to become even better against this deck. And that's why I think, unless people are playing full board breakers, I think everyone's going to play this card. So I think something you could do is just play 3 copies of Duelist Genesis instead of the Overtake. Another card that could technically replace it is Overtuning. Overtuning is a card that says if you control a tuner, you can special summon a tuner from your hand, deck, or grave. Also, you cannot special from the extra deck except Synchros, which is a really good extender in this deck. My problem with this card and why I personally am not playing it, this card is obvious. This card is slightly better into Droll and Lockbird. My issue with it is that it's not a starter, and even as an extender, this card is somewhat mediocre because it requires you to have a monster on the field, which means it's very weak into one of the things that people are already doing against Kewl Tune, which is remove your bodies, right? Like that's one of the main ways of dealing with Kewl Tune is getting rid of the bodies, and overtuning will not help you if your opponent gets rid of your normal summon or whatever, right? Then you can't use overtuning to extend, which is why I think this is probably one of the weaker replacements for Synchro Overtake. I think this one is the best one. Although, as I've already pointed out earlier, this card is bad into Droll and Lockbird, of course, because you're searching before you're even, doing anything really. So you get drolled really early, and then whatever, you search a synchro spell, and then you get drolled, and it's kind of awkward. But I still think the card is going to be the best replacement you have for Synchro Overtake, because sometimes, and that's the cool thing, sometimes this card is actually even better than Synchro Overtake when you're going second. Yeah. Okay. Pot of Desires? Yeah, Pot of Desires is another way you can replace Synchro Overtake. Yeah. Don't the extra copies die once you use it once? No, Synchro Overtake, and that's what I was getting to. Duelist Genesis cannot only search Synchro Overtake because it adds any Synchro spell trap, which means it searches Kewl Tune Synchro, which sometimes means that this card is even better going second than Synchro Overtake, because sometimes against certain matchups, the card you want is this, and not this, right? Because that way you can play around like targeted negation and stuff like that. And the thing with this card going second, yeah. Does he purr a lot? Yeah. Yeah. Can't really use my hand much like this, but kind of works. It kind of works. Yeah. Charlie is the ultimate hand trap. I mean, I did just get stunned, basically. That's all right. Why are you not playing Chaos Angel? Yeah, I heard that there's some lines with it. Maybe I'll add it and maybe I'll try it. At the moment, it's never really been an issue for me, but at the moment I'm playing two B2Bs because I was afraid of it getting ripped out of my extra deck with clip randomly. It's never happened. But I might remove one B2B for the Chaos Angel. So what the idea with Chaos Angel is that you make it on the opponent's turn, right? With what? Zalen plus Zalen plus whatever. Yeah, okay. But if you want it to be light and dark, it would have to be Q. Yeah. So you try to make like Zalen B2B and then Zalen negate and then B2B summon Q, make Chaos Angel. I could see that happening. I just haven't found myself ending on B2B very often. That's something maybe it, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying maybe it's just I'm not practiced well enough with the deck. Maybe it's a skill issue. Could be. But should we just play post banlist already? I know it's not in effect yet. When is it in effect? Isn't that 2 tuners? Yeah, but Zalen says you can be treated as a non-tuner. In two weeks? I don't want to wait 2 weeks, man. May 7th. Oh, that's so long. Yeah, I think we'll just play the new version. New exchange. Oh, no. Oh, wait, that's old news. I was like, new exchange ticket feature. Please not again. Why do they do this? I have no idea. I really have no idea. I mean, I would understand like if it was like next week. Or if they said like, okay, we're starting next Monday or something, which is like in 5 days. Or in 4 days. I'd be like, okay, sure. But freaking 2 weeks is wild to me. Let's put Chaos Angel in. Let's see if I can find the lines for it. It is due to App Store and Google Play TOS. So what do the TOS say? You can't like change stuff without a 2 weeks notice or what? LOR was the same if you don't remember? I don't remember that, no. Yes? Okay. Well, I guess there you go. I guess there might be a reason for it. Updates have to be approved by the store. It still feels like they could just plan it in advance, right? Like it could have been part of the previous update already. No? I should have dropped Fuwa. So if I already have Rotary and Ash, what's my next best hand trap to get? Is it Bell or Ogre or Veiler? Probably Bell. Do you guys, in these cases where you draw Q plus Rotary, do you use the Rotary to extra normal the thing? Because I don't want my opponent to know that I have Rotary already. Because it might change the way they hand trap. Also Izuna. Izuna is live anyways. Yeah, but not now. It's live after I do all the crazy things. But yeah, I mean, maybe it's incorrect what I'm doing because now it is a little awkward because I don't have a normal summon now. I kind of want to go for this. Actually, no, I can get this with Rotary. So what do I want to normal summon? Mix. Oh, okay. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This matchup is tough. This man, they have called by, but I have Bell for that now. Wait, never mind. No, I don't have Bell. Not yet. When I tag out, oh, that's bad. Imagine if Bell was Rosebud. I mean, yeah. Please be a one of. You can draw Ray. Zalen checks called by. Yeah. So the plan is to end on Remix plus Zalen, right? So that I can Remix tag out. They called by, I have Zalen. And I have Bell back in hand. Yeah. Okay. It's gonna be hard still. So what was their hand? Two, I can't write it down right now because Charlie. 2 vision. Oh, sorry. Sorry I said that. I didn't mean it. 2 vision, desires, called by, engage. The hand is crazy. And Ray off the top. I think I'll just here in this case actually I think it's better than Synchro Overtake actually, because I'm just adding Kewl Tune Synchro to my end board, which is good. What I want. Is Charlie also easily offended? Our cat is. Not really. I don't think so. Okay, I think this is tough, this spot. We'll see. Because I'm just not gonna have much info on anything. I think I'm just gonna have to settle for a grind game here. You negated remix? Dude, it fucks me up so hard the way it's worded. The problem is like I'm just not playing focused enough when I stream. This wouldn't happen if I played like in a duelist cup, but I'm just like the way it's worded fucks me up so bad in my head because it negate the second effect in my it's so ingrained in my brain that it's yeah. Sorry, I guess. No, it's not the stream's fault. It's just because when I'm streaming, I'm multitasking. I'm talking while I'm clicking the buttons and everything. Like, it's just, it is harder. This is the second time. No, this is more than the second time. Like, this happened to me like 3 times or 4 times. What are you expecting in the next Master Duel set? I mean, I guess we are due Eka Hands, Enya Craft, and Branded, right? Okay. I mean, we have 3 pushes. And they don't get to manipulate our top deck yet, so it's not the worst spot. And they only get 1 search here, because we negate the track maker. And they're under Fuwa if they want to extend, so... Extra normal mix. Q. Are they going to make remix with Q? Oh, right. That's still legal. I forgot for a second because we're playing new Banlist. The Fuwas are not actually that bad here for me. This might be just 1. Because they gave me an extra card for the Rose Whip, and I only have 1 spell in hand anyways, so kind of wasted. Okay, I'm gonna draw a duplicate Rotary, which is bad though, but they have no back rows. They can chain this now. It won't. So they know I have this, so I'll just use it. The biggest problem here is Droll and Lockbird. Because that would counter my... Because now I draw 1 for Fuwa, then I activate Rico, they could just roll me and basically negate my Rico as well. And my Duelist Genesis wouldn't work as an extender. The Bell would have been really good here, yeah. They pop what I summon here anyways. I could normal summon Rotary. And that is better into draw. Duelist Genesis also is pretty bad into Rose Whip. I think I just normal summon Rico and don't use the effect. Because if I activate it, they can pop it, And I actually cannot beat that right now. The reason I can't beat it is because it's Duelist Genesis in my hand, which it's fucked up because I'm playing new Banlist and they're still having Rose Whip in their deck, which is usually not a concern with this card. But what's your thoughts on overtuning in this deck? I am not a fan of overtuning. It's playable. It's definitely not bad, but I'm not a fan of it. Would have drawled you on Fuwa draw? Possibly, yeah. The reason I'm not activating Rico is not because of Droll. It's because the Loudness Boar would pop it by banishing Mix. And then I don't have a way to extend. If this was Duelist Genesis, I would almost certainly be winning. Veiler. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that in order to play here, I need to get JJ Kewl Tune. And they can pop it with this. And I don't really have anything I can draw because of Rose Whip. There's nothing. Oh no, I can't activate that. I was happy about that for a second, but I can't activate it. Because my only hope is that I might be surviving the next turn. Because at the moment, they don't really have damage or follow-up. This doesn't really... They have a Veiler in hand. But I have Imperm. I think I can afford to take 800, right? To go down to 800. I just imperm the B2B in battle phase. And now I think I win. But I do still have to deal with this card. They used Valor as their normal summon last turn. Not gonna use Valor for what? Why would I Valor? I can't Valor this because then it activates its effect. Then it chains. That's awful. I can Bell this once. I can Bell it once. Oh shit, the level increase. I almost forgot. Is that a problem? Mix plus Rotary still makes they can chain this now, but I don't know what this does alone. Just this, I don't think is a problem. Unless they play, if they play 2 Zaylins, it could be a problem. Because if they play 2 Zaylins, they could go potentially like revive Mix, make Zaylin, pop my Mix. They're bringing back Track Maker. I can ash that. That's fine. Okay. Whew. Should be fine. Not game this. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Dude, it's almost game, dude. It's almost game. So this can come back from the grave, so they're not gonna be completely without bodies. But the banish is only temporary. I attack over the track maker. I will kill track maker. I'm not gonna attack this twice. Rotary could put back a brick on top. It puts on the bottom. You cannot put... That'd be insane. But no, you cannot put like a... You can't put a card to the top with Rotary. Hawk and normal gifts up for once. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Oof, oof, oof. So that's the thing, right? And this is something that I guess I also need to practice with Kewl Tune. But sometimes you can figure out a way to actually stop your opponent from playing with the Rose Whip and other things, but you might just not have follow-up. Like the deck can play for follow-up, and this is one of the more interesting aspects about Kewl Tune, even though in that game Rose Whip was involved, but it's not all about Rose Whip. But in Kewl Tune, you often have to decide between, do I maximize my interruptions, or do I also play for follow-up a little bit? A great example of this is Remix, because Remix can immediately synchro summon with the cards that you get, but you don't have to. So you can sometimes just summon out your searchers and then trigger their effects instead of synchro summoning. And that can be sometimes the best way to do it is just play, because the deck can generate a lot of follow-up, but not necessarily does if you maximize your interruptions. And that's an interesting aspect of the deck, I think, where you have to like think about, okay, how hard do I want to go on follow-up? How hard do I want to go on disruption? Because you don't always get both with Kewl Tune. Dude, the gift subs are just alternating now between normal and whatever the other things are. The gift sub wars. Ooh, look at this hand. Case for K9. Do I ash it? Or do I let it resolve and then droll it? Do I let it resolve, activate Max C? And then if they don't, because that way I could probably get an Ash Blossom out of their hand. What has the best matchup versus Kewl Tune except Sky Striker? I do think Vanquish Soul K9 is pretty good against it. Suffering from success classic? I don't know if we're suffering from success. I think we're suffering... Okay, now Droll is kind of ass. Radiant seems good post Noteria ban? Yeah, I think so too. All right, we're going second with 3 cards. Well, 2 after I ash the Azuna, I suppose. I think I ash it. Under draw, I think the Lupus is a very good resource that I don't want them to have. Magnet Warriors isn't a free matchup either, I feel. I think, like, I mean, the deck in general, Kewl Tune is not that hard to beat for a lot of decks in the game, but it's just, I think the problem that people have with Kewl Tune is not that it's too powerful, but with how it wins sometimes. Because Kewl Tune, and I understand this, like, Kewl Tune is a control-ish deck, and people don't like to be controlled like that. I would say it's the opposite. Kewl Tune is struggling hard versus Magnet. Well, you're a Magnet, Andy, so of course you would say that. That doesn't count. It doesn't count when you say it. They don't have Ash. They don't. You don't called by Maxi usually if you have Ash. That's why I played it this way. I didn't think they would have Ash. I used the Fuwa. I used the Fuwa for 2 reasons there. Number 1, it would get hand ripped anyways if I didn't use it, and number 2, to cover for what's it called? If they had a second Azuna in hand, which was unlikely because they searched one, but if they ever wanted to make the quick play life, they would have had to give me a couple draws. It'd be nice if I could go first. Well, to be fair, I went first against Sky Striker, and then I negated myself with Zaylin, so kind of threw that game. The only game we've lost so far, by the way, is because I negated myself with Zaylin again. I need to stop doing that, preferably. Banlist react. Yeah, Banlist reaction happened already. Overtake glued to your hand, even if you put it to 1, yeah. Oh, they have Mad Love. Oh. That's not good. This matchup is hard. Going second, I mean, I guess that's kind of a no, that's like not really a statement. Every matchup is hard going second, but this one in particular. I mean, the way they're playing it, they have a fire. It doesn't make sense if you don't have a fire. If they summon a level 5, I'm out of here. Actually, I'll wait for them to summon Ripper so that the devs can see that the Ripper is the card that makes me surrender. I don't know if they look at that sort of thing. It'd be a very interesting statistic to see, like, after which card activations people leave. But just in case they track that, I'm going to surrender on Ripper. Tactical defeat. It would probably be Called by the Grave, Ripper. I mean, to be fair, for a lot of people, it also just is the first starter of any deck. But that's like a baseline thing. That's going to be the case for most people, or for most decks, right? Like, if you summon your starter, then there's like a certain just amount of people that just go. It doesn't matter. I'm convinced that it doesn't even matter what deck you play for this. I think there's a couple of people who will just not have a hand trap, and you can summon the most obscure starter in the world and they will leave. Add a Sulfur Pendulum monster. This is not even one card combo. I think I might actually Ghost Ogre on this doesn't really do anything. Because they could search the level 2 and then special it and bring this back. So if they're just, yeah, okay, they have this already. That's a one card. This is not a one card combo, no. This card is not one card combo. Is it? Oh no, it is actually with this. It's yummy, but then you don't get the Sulfur Cord engine. Right, that's what it was. It makes yummy combo, but then you don't get Sulfur Cord. If you just have this. If you have both, then you can do it, but Draco Tail just completely disappeared. Yeah, Draco Tail's gone. What made Draco Tail fall off? I mean, they hit the deck relatively hard in relation to how good it was, and they don't have the Albaz cards yet to make up for it. So you have to basically play pure Draco Tail, which is the most fair deck in the game, and it's not consistent anymore. And you're dealing with more powerful decks in the format, so it's tough. We're not winning this game, in case you're wondering. And we had no way to use these hand traps in any way to stop this hand. With what they've drawn, we just had no way. Is there anything good to Ghost Ogre in this matchup? I can hold for IP Masquerena, but that's way too late because this card has to go to graveyard as well. I don't know. I don't think there's a good Ghost Ogre later down the line. The Sulfur Links needs to summon to its own. Yes, but the problem is like, I I can't use Ghost Ogre on their Herald of the Arclight. So I can't let them get that far, because they're clearly doing that first. Because Ghost Ogre is the only Ghost Sister that has to go to the graveyard. Because it's the first one. They didn't have the wording down on it yet. This card needs to go to grave for cost, so it can't do anything in those cases. Would Ogre on Marcher prevent Herald? I don't think so. They have too many bodies, I feel like. Especially if I let the spell resolve, that's also one body. Because Metal Marcher is only really a level climb of 2, right? Because you have level 3, you turn that into level, and then you bring one level 2 back from the grave. But if I let them bring back with the field spell, that's also one level added to their field, so it doesn't really, it takes one level off the board. And I think they can make up for that. If we were to Ogre, it needed to be the normal summon and hope they had no Yummy. Yeah, that's why I didn't Ogre the normal summon, is because I knew if they had a Yummy in hand, it would still combo. And they did have a Yummy in hand, so Ghost Ogring the normal summon also wouldn't have done anything. I was basically hoping they wouldn't have a Yummy in hand, and I can just Ash the idea that I had was, if they don't have a Yummy in hand, I can Ash Cupsy Yummy Way and Ghost Ogre to prevent the Sulfur Cord from negating. That was my idea. But because they had the Yummy in hand, I think it's just not doable. Which is just another reason why the dynamic of some of these modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Interactions between combo decks and hand traps are so annoying and boring, because it's often like you can hypothesize about where to hand trap optimally for like 50 minutes against certain starters. In the end of the day, most of the time it just ends up not mattering. It's not a bad hand, but the problem is that the Yummy... Wait, this is negated. Negated. Does that change anything? Well, that definitely changes things. Yeah, that's crazy. What was that line you took? Holy shit. It's definitely winnable. Okay. Well, one card in their hand is the Sulfur Cord spell that they didn't use. So that's fine. So we also don't have to worry about like Herald of Orange Light, right? Because they have a spell in hand. I also don't have to worry about this because at the moment it cannot tag out because they don't have Yummies in the grave. Okay, I guess the hand traps did do something this game because my opponent threw. Which I guess we'll take it. And they have Ash as well, but it's not going to be enough here. That's crazy. That's a crazy hand to lose with. Bro had Ash Purge 3 starters and lost to Ash Ogre. Alright. They can use this to tag out into Lollipo now, but that's, yeah. Don't you feel people get intimidated when they see your profile? No, I'm not blaming them for it. I'm just explaining that's how it is. It's meant to be in a neutral way. Like, yeah, they threw this game, but there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I made mistakes today and I misclicked, but that, on a rational analysis of this game, that was the reason why I won. Like, my hand should not have beaten theirs. Their hand was really good. Their hand was really good, and if they had played it properly, it definitely should have cooked me. Because they had full combo through 2 hand traps. I just got back. How did you win? I don't know. They ended on, after Ash and Ogre, they never activated the Sulfur Quartz spell, and they ended on a negated Snatchy on the field, which then they could never get it into the graveyard, and yeah. That's all I got for you. The game isn't over if their hand is empty. Oh yeah, if they set the spell, I also wouldn't have been able to search with Rotary, which would have been a massive problem there, because I think I need both searches to cook. Oh, nice. Take those. This hand sucks into Droll and Lockbird. It sucks so bad into Droll. Can I play around that somehow? Okay, I can play around it. I can play around it, but it's really, really wasteful. I could go JJ Kewl Tune, extra normal Veiler, tribute it, summon Q from deck. I don't know if that's worth it, to be honest with you. You can do it without burning the Veiler. I mean, I can do this, and then I can activate Duelist Genesis to search Kewl Tune Synchro. That's what I was thinking right now. I'm not giving draws. They have Droll. 1,000 billion, million, trillion %. They have Droll and Lockburn there. Ah, told you. Okay. Well, gamer, it's your turn. I'm not even attacking with Rotary for 100. I should have, but I set the first card and I was like, no, I'm not playing it too evenly right now. So this was this their top deck, or did they on purpose not play? I mean, I could have played around talents maybe. Take control. Okay. Yeah, I should have impermed it, because talents is like a card you have to consider when your opponent breaks, right? That's not an unlikely one. Can I search now? I think so, right? Okay. I think the card in their hand is Ash, because it could respond to Rotary. Yeah. Okay. Holy game sense. Dude, I can smell my biggest enemy from 200 feet away. All my homies hate Ash Blossom. You think Fedralis is going to be super expensive? I don't think we know the rarity on it yet, but long story short, yeah, I think so. I think so. I think if it's secret rare, it's going to be a very expensive card. I don't know. Do you think, like, which category of card, like, which secret rare from recent sets do you think is comparable to Fedralis Harmonia in terms of playability? Because it doesn't go into every single deck. That's one thing, right? It's that I don't think it's Fuwa. I do not think it's Fuwa. I think Fuwa is not accurate. Maybe Impulse. Maybe Impulse is a better one because Impulse was really, really good, but Impulse did not go into every single deck. It might be Impulse. And in the case of Impulse, it's like, okay, of course, Impulse was expensive, but Impulse was not $100, I don't think. If you ask me, 60 on release, 40 after a bit. See, 40 I feel like is too low because 40 is what White Albaz is at. And White Albaz is only a 2 of and not in every single and also in less decks than Fedralis, in my opinion. Like, I think Albaz is a phenomenal card and was really hyped in the beginning. And I think in the beginning people were like, it went up to like 80 or 90 before YCS Dortmund, I think it was. Wait, what's happening? I need to pay some attention here. So they added Ash Blossom back to their hand. They added Ash back to hand, and they're non-target bouncing and popping. I'll chain this. So Fallen of White, long story short, Fallen of White, in my opinion, is not accurate because it's only a 2 of and only in Draco Tail and branded decks, which are still a lot of people that play those decks. But I don't think it can be as low as Fallen of White. Of course, it's always a simplification because there's other things that go into it, like how good is the set in general, and so on and so forth. Like there's other factors for it. But yeah. So I think it is comparable to Dominus Impulse in some ways. Was Dominus Impulse in a good set or in a bad set? I forget. What was Dominus Impulse? What was the set with Dominus Impulse? Wasn't it Azamina? Didn't we get Azamina and Dominus Impulse at the same time? Fuba. Same set as Fuba. Okay, so it was a strong set. It was a strong set, and Dominus Impulse was a card that was really good. Everyone knew it was really good, and it was played in some meta decks. Like some variants of Snake Eye played it, some variants of like Fire King Snake Eye, some variants of Penpai played Impulse. It was a really popular card, but it was not viable in every single deck. But it was a 3 of secret rare staple in the decks that played it. How expensive was Dominus Impulse around the time of release? Because I think that is a relatively good benchmark for Fedralis Harmonia. 60, 45, 30 on release, 65 later. I got mine on release for 100 for a playset. Okay, I feel like if you got them for 100 on a playset, in hindsight, that was a pretty good deal. I don't remember what I paid for mine, but I think it was around that. I think it was around 35 for Impulse. If Impulse was a 3-of in the de facto best deck, I'd say it's kind of different. I mean, Dominus Impulse, when it came out, it was kind of that, wasn't it? Like, it was in Snake Eye decks, and it was in Tenpai decks, and that was the format, pretty much. There was Yubel as well, but Yubel had already fallen off after Rage of the Abyss a little bit. So I think Dominus Impulse is a fair comparison to Fedralis Harmonia. Honestly, I think Dominus Impulse back then, if I remember correctly, it was played in Tenpai, it was played in Snake Eyes, and it was a 3-of staple in those decks. And I think Fedralis Harmonia is somewhat similar to that situation. Impulse was not as hyped as Harmonia. Yeah, I get that. I get that sentiment as well. I agree with that sentiment, but ultimately it is a little bit about supply and demand. And in terms of demand, I think they are kind of close. So we'll see. And I don't think Fedralis is going to go for 35 on release. If that was the price for Dominus Impulse, I would definitely say that was on the low end for how good that card was. And maybe people were anticipating it to go for less because there was other really good cards in the set. But I think the same thing is kind of true for the new set as well. Like I think Blazing Dominion is a pretty good set overall. So I could see Fedralis Harmonia settling in at like 60 or 70. Because I don't think it's a 100 like euro card situation, because it's no Pot of Prosperity. I don't think it's that kind of situation, because it does not go into every single deck. But if it's a secret rare, it's going to be expensive for sure. I think under 50, I would be surprised. Or rather, the way I would put it is my prediction is about 60, but I would be more surprised if it was lower than if it was higher. Like if it ends up being a more expensive card, I would say like, okay, I didn't expect that, but it's not surprising. Whereas if it goes for like 40 to 50, I would be like surprised by it. Positively surprised. Dude, I found how to win going second. You just let your opponent break. Not happy about that, but I mean, it's probably fine. How long, Borger? Can you run over Airlifter? I can, but I would be triggering it in the meantime, unless I want to. Like I can go Rotary, extra normal Q special from deck. Then I have to not add. Because otherwise they draw 2, which I don't want. I mean, they have Jiaolong Borger. They have Jiaolong Borger, which doesn't really have a top deck, I feel. Wait, can they summon Jiaolong here? Oh, I thought it was just a Vanquish Soul monster that triggers Jiaolong. Okay, that doesn't change things. It just means I have to continue. So why did we negate? Yeah, then I shouldn't have negated the trap. I thought for some reason I thought Jiaolong can summon when you activate a Vanquish Soul monster. Do I have games somehow? Crackle? I'm pretty sure Crackle also is graveyard. Yeah. Three in hand, 9, 14. Back-to-back second RS. Yeah, but that's not game 700. It's 100 short. The biggest thing I can rip. Werewolf? That is the game. Wait. Huh? Bro, under shifter? All right. Have you ever tried Hollow Knight? No, never played it. I mean, to be fair, it was under shifter when they had bricked. So if they had any interruption there, I probably can't really do anything. But, well. Have you played Slay the Spire yet? I haven't even played Slay the Spire 1 yet. You're asking me about Slay the Spire 2. Don't know if this is correct, but... Since I have Ghost Bell, I mean, it's really bad into Kewl Tune Synchro, that's for sure. But we have Ghost Bell for Synchro Overtake. So I felt okay about the chances of it working. Well, the problem is they have a lot of non-engine probably. You have good engine though. Not toggled on. I wanted to do this in draw phase. I'm gonna normal summon Rotary to bait Fua. Oh, okay. This is so bad into Droll now. I don't want. I'm scared, Mom. Please, I don't want to get rolled. Have you tried the version of Striker that's on Eldam and Swen? No. Imagine they discard 3 Veilers here, and we both can't play the game. Bell and Driver. Okay, so Bell makes me not want to go for JJ Kewl Tune, because JJ Kewl Tune doesn't do anything against Bell. So I just have to go. I have to go with this. And now, just don't be too starved. Oh, money! Banish this. Bottom. Okay, well, I guess we'll find out in a second what they draw instead. Aw, dude! Dude, it had to be 3 starters in a row for that to work. Let me think about this. Rotary cannot search because I have no hand. If I go Kewl Tune Synchro now, bounce and pop with mix, I make Loudness War. But then they have Rotary for the extra normal summon. And then they can make Track Maker with that. What if I just let them make Track Maker here? Because they get Track Maker anyways. How about if I... Nah, I can't do that. If I let them make Track Maker... If I let them make Track Maker... They have Kewl Tune Synchro to dodge me. I want to pop this. Because I don't want them to be able to manipulate my top deck. This bounces this. So now they have Bell, Driver, Rotary, and Rico. Rotary summons Rico, can't search. They can make Trackmaker. But Rotary can't search. Trackmaker can search, but that doesn't really play. That doesn't... I think we're fine, but I just don't have follow-up, is the thing. But if I'm just goated like they are, honestly, I think they should pass. I think this is wrong. I think what they're doing is not correct. I can banish Rotary for follow-up, but then they can play. They get to RS or mix anyways? I don't see it, no. The Rico cannot search. They already did. In case you missed that. With Field Spell? Bro, I can pop with Loudness War. Oh, but I don't have Rico. I can bounce the Field Spell if they tribute. Make Zalen with Trackmaker? Yes. I think they can figure out a way to win if they really want to. Yeah, I mean, they can... Yeah, I think they win. I think they just go Zalen here. Because they have Bell and Driver. They add Field Spell. They add Field Spell, and then they make Zalen, Trackmaker bounce. They can't? Why can't they? Field Spell needs to tribute. Bro, they add the Field Spell. They make Zalen. They bounce my Loudness War. I can't do anything about it because they Zalen negate. And then my Loudness War is gone. And then they can use the Field Spell, tribute Zalen, special mix, add Rico, make RS. Can't they Bell Loudness War? No, it banishes that cost. This game was really, really unfortunate because the only way I lose it is if they have 3 starters in a row. Maybe they banish JJ, but this... I can't top deck against Zalen plus Kewl Tune Synchro. How do I top deck? Because whatever I draw, they can chain thingy. Yeah, I mean, I can make Typhon, but But Kewl Tune Synchro, unless they banished all the remaining Kewl Tunes. Unless they banished all the remaining Kewl Tunes, then Kewl Tune Synchro is gonna cook me next turn. That was really, really unlucky. Maybe it's correct to leave Rico on top, because I feel like I can handle Rico with my setup. I think that was my bad. I think the problem was that I think Q is genuinely the only card that wins it for them there. I think if it's not Q exactly, I win. I think I can beat Rico, because against Rico, I think I can keep them off of enough bodies to make all those plays. I think if I know the matchup better, I can probably figure out a way to win that against Rico guaranteed. Yeah. Yeah. Because, like, okay, what do I have? I have Trackmaker plus Quick Play Spell, right? And they have Rico plus Bell, ignoring the driver in hand, right? So they normal summon Rico. What do they add? They have to add Rotary. If they don't add Rotary, they lose on the spot, right? Because I can just go and pop the thing, right? So they have to add Rotary. And to be honest with you, at that point, I don't even have to do anything because I have no cards in hand. So if they synchro with Rico plus Rotary, they can make Trackmaker. They can make Trackmaker, but the Rotary cannot search. So the Trackmaker searches... I know, but the Trackmaker then searches the Quick Play Spell. That's not good for me. So I activate Kewl Tune Synchro. I add Mix. I make Loudness War. I pop the Rico. They have Rotary, Bell, and Driver. So they go Rotary effect, summon itself, make Trackmaker with the Bell in hand. Trackmaker can search, but I can pop the Trackmaker on summon with my Loudness War. Do I even have... I have to pop it. You can chain Kewl Tune Synchro to Trackmaker effect. You're valuing Trackmaker way too much? Oh, yeah. So they make... Yeah, that I think that's the play. They make Trackmaker. They activate the effect to add. I chain Kewl Tune Synchro. I get Mix. I make Loudness War. On a new chain, I activate my Trackmaker in the graveyard to bounce non-target. Even if they chain Kewl Tune Synchro, if they synchro summon with it, that gets bounced. Yeah, no, that's winning. Well, I mean, it's winning. It's not winning, but it does get me through the turn. The problem is if I top deck Droll Lockbird next turn, I think whatever the Trackmaker searches next turn, because they can just go Trackmaker search Q, and if I draw Droll, then next turn I'm still losing. Right? It's not a guaranteed win against Rico. This way you can copy Rotary for follow-up. Only if they activate something. If they just don't activate anything, I don't get that effect, right? Because I make Loudness War, then I bounce the Trackmaker, then the Trackmaker resolves for them. They search the spell or a Q for next turn, and they just pass. They're not giving me any window to activate the Loudness War, because I'm not making it early. I'm making it late. I'm making it at the point where they already know that they can't play this turn, so they just go for follow-up. They for sure will chain Kewl Tune Synchro to synchro with Trackmaker to get rid of Loudness. I don't agree with that. They have a Bell in hand. And they can just go for follow-up. I don't know if that's true necessarily. Because that way, I mean, even if they do that, they have a Bell in hand. Even if I search follow-up with Loudness War, every follow-up loses to Bell, right? So I think, honestly, the more I think about it, I think what I did was correct. I think what I did was correct, because if I'm thinking through the Rico scenario, I think they win that game more often than not. Like, yeah, I can stop them from playing, but I have 0 follow-up and they have a Bell to cover my top deck. And I think if I see 2 starters on top, I think I'm supposed to just put them to the bottom. Because I think the odds that they draw 3, I think my best chance is that that it's just not 3 starters in a row. I don't think it's winning. I think what I did was correct, actually. I think it's good to think it through, but the more I'm thinking about it, I think it's losing. What you're suggesting. The Bell covering the top deck doesn't matter because of loudness copy rotary. It does matter because it depends on how they play it. I don't always get the rotary search. If I don't get the rotary search, then it matters that I can't even. Oh my god, that I can't even top deck. Okay, question: do I try to play with 1 play, or do I pass with Fuba? This is the biggest downside of this card. Dude, the combo isn't even good that I'm doing is the problem. Ash cooks you either way. Well, I mean, yeah, it does. It does, but at least if I get ashed here, there's a small chance that Valor and Bell are good enough. And then I have a play next turn, right? Whereas if I start playing, I use Fuba, I normal summon, I activate Duelist Genesis, I lose to 1 hand trap. And then even if Valor and Bell get me through a turn, then I don't have follow-up. But I mean, it's cooked anyways against this hand, right? What am I doing? Like, against this I lose whether I play or not, doesn't matter. If I could play in a way that still leaves me with the opportunity to activate Fuba, then that I never beat that hand. This is a just compare hand situation. It doesn't matter how I sequence that. How often is the mirror hand comparisons? It has nothing to do with it being Kewl Tune. That's just, unfortunately, a solid like 30-40% of modern Yu-Gi-Oh games that end up being like that. It doesn't really have anything to do with Kewl Tune. Kewl Tune is the same, and they could have been playing Yami, they could have been playing Mitsurugi. It doesn't matter. Show them my Ash Blossom. In order to respect Droll, I could make Trackmaker here with the Ash. I think today's stream is a good showcase of like Duelist Genesis. I think the hit makes sense because it makes the deck weaker, but like it doesn't actually hurt my consistency most of the time. Unless it's the only starter in my hand like last game. Okay, so in the event that we get drolled, what would I like to have? Q and Kewl Tune Synchro? I think Q is good because I still have my normal summon for it. Okay, Ash, Ray, Rhoda, Widow Anchor, and Lemnis. That's not the greatest hand, honestly. I think we beat that hand because I have Ash and Valor. Okay, Lemnis, Widow, Rhoda, Ray, Ash. Okay. And this. The advantage is that they pretty much have to Ash this because they have to be scared of Rose Whip, right? Yeah. Your hold. I guess that's what you do against this matchup. You hold Ash for Rose Whip. Rose Whip is banned? Not yet. My deck is new ban list, but the ban list is not in effect yet. It takes 2 weeks for it to go in effect. Which is annoying, but it is what it is. Do I have a way to summon Rico here? No, right? I can't get the field spell anymore. So it's just one of them at the other. Alright, let's check the top deck to see if we have to make Zalen immediately. It's 2 good cards. I do want to know what they draw so I can play around it. I think I banish talents and leave linkage on top. Because they already have engine, that's fine. And I don't know if I want to make Zalen instantly. Because they have Widow Anchor, so they can like go after my Zalen instantly. I feel like I would go remix. Yeah. I feel like I would rather go remix, tag out, special one, search, and then make Zalen that way. I think so. So Ray, Rhoda, Anchor, Lemnis, Linkage. The good thing is they have no way to draw cards at the moment. They have no way of drawing cards right now. So I know their entire hand. Ray Rose, Lemnis, Linkage, Widow. Dude, this matchup is scary, even against the hand. Honestly, their hand is not good. Their hand is really annoying. They drew a bunch of their search targets and Ray plus Rhoda. It's a really annoying hand, but it still is like still is a weird matchup. Which is fun, dude. That's fun. It's a hard matchup, but in a good way. Lemnis. I think I just let him. Can someone explain to me why Sky Striker is safe from the ban list, especially in the OCG? The deck is top 3-4, but no discussion around hitting it. Yeah, because it's fun. It's fair and it's fun, and that's all there's to it. I did not know this thing had a second effect. If I activate this now, dude, how does this card interact? When a monster your opponent controls with 2,000 or more attack, activate its effect. Because this, at the moment, it has 3,000 attack, but it's not a permanent, like, it's a 1,500 original attack monster. So after I tribute it, find out, I guess. I don't know if this is not correct to do if they can activate, but I want to find out. Because at the point, I thought it could activate, because at the point of activation, it does have 3,000 attack. They don't have 3 spells engraved right now, which is important. They could go... Oh, dude, they can cook me. If they go Anchor, Chain... If they went Anchor, Chain, Linkage right now, I think I would have lost. Linkage, Lemnis, Anchor. The non-target bounce is going to be clutch here because the Ray's going to hit the field. This should not be in DMZ. If they chain... I just bounce. I need to stop putting this in the EMZ, dude. I mean, the thing is, like, if they try to play this turn, it might be bad for them. But if they just don't play, they got pretty good interruption right now. They got Anchor, Lemnis, and Linkage already. It's not even that bad of a spot for them. Yep. Correct to go Kagari here. Ray and Lemnis. Take this. Hit me for 28 after they add back engage. Then they make Camellia. The scary thing is they can dodge my Veiler with... They can dodge my Veiler with Lemnis Gate. Because I think you can... Can you bounce your own cards with Lemnis? Never, let me double check. I think so, yeah. You could like play around evenly with Lemnis. I'm pretty sure you can, yeah. But, I mean, I can Ash 1 engage. Oh, no, actually, I don't have to Veil or anything, right? Because they have to make a Link 2 now, and if I Ash engage, they don't actually have a way to get into 0. So it's Lemnis and Ray. They've already normal summoned, so all they have here is Shizuku Pass. They have Shizuku Pass with a set Lemnis Gate, which is hard to play around, but not impossible. I can beat Lemnis. I can beat Lemnis. That has to be a misclick, right? Am I missing something? What does this do? I mean, you want to put it in grave, but why? For a bad hand, this is ridiculous. They got very far. They got very far. Oh, they want to search linkage. Wait, do they only play one? Oh, yeah, I get it. It actually was smart. That was the correct thing to do. Shizuku only searches a spell that you don't have in your grave. So their plan was to remove the linkage out of their graveyard so that Shizuku can search linkage in end phase. They immediately activate linkage, summon 0, and then 0 searches follow-up, and then on my turn they can 0 tag out pop and then still use the graveyard effect. That was smart, actually. I respect that. That was good. If I didn't have that Veiler, that would have probably been enough. Good game. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy how hard this matchup is. Even when their hand is not even that crazy. That's a fun matchup, though. That is a skillful matchup, too, from both sides. The problem I have with the mirror is that the 1-for-1 hand traps are ass, but you're forced to play them because of the deck that you're playing. I think that's true to a degree, but I also think you do have the option to cut them. Like, the first instinct for everybody is to play hand traps in Kewl Tune. I would not be surprised if eventually people play less, because like the deck usually works if you don't have to synchro with tuners. Like there's a couple of times with your hand traps. Oh, awesome. Nice. Oh, God gamer right there. All right. Maybe it's Naturia Runic, who knows? Nah, they wouldn't play that card. They're too based for that. In my opinion, it never feels good to win when your opponent just bricks. Except in cases like this. Bro didn't even wait to see if it was 2 starters on top. I saw you hovering that button. Yeah, if they have Rotary in hand, I'm out. Or Veiler. I have two options. I can make Track Maker with Ash. Or I can normal summon and make Track Maker with these three. And keep Ash for follow-up. But I'm not sure if I want to do that. I'm not sure if I want to spend 3 cards like that. Because the Ash, the thing is, like, if I combo, I can add the Ash back later anyways. And I was checking, I was normal summoning this to check for Max C first, to see if I need the Ash this turn. But they don't have it. Oh, I think this is fine. I don't want to spend my normal summon here. I think my normal summon is important. One search is guaranteed, unless they have double Veiler. If they have double Veiler here, they can prevent me from searching. Because then they have no hand. If they just double Veiler this Track Maker, they have no hand. And then it becomes awkward. If you normal summon, you need Field Spell to extend, which they can check with Loudness. No, I can just search the Quick Play spell and then add and then synchro with the Track Maker. Ash and Q. I think it's just Zaylin with these two, honestly. I mean, there's multiple ways I can do this. I can set the spell. Yeah, it's probably just set the spell and pass. And if they normal summon use effect, yeah. I can also extend. I can go quick play, add field spell, extra normal summon rotary, tribute rotary, special mix, add Rico. It's not necessary, but I can do that. It might have even been game. I don't know how big the RS would have been. Wow. It's cool that we're climbing even with the new banlist version of the deck, right? It shows that the deck is still very much alive, but just without the toxic shit of Rose Whip, which, I mean, I wasn't playing that beforehand anyways. This hand is awkward. This hand is awkward. Node roll. No Fuva either. Ash is the greedy play because they have something. They have something, and I'm a little worried that like that something could mess me up if I go for Ash because I don't have a normal summon anymore. So it could be something like Izuna. And Izuna, if I summon Ash here, Izuna and then like remove the Q is actually quite annoying. I'll play it safe. Actually, maybe there's a middle ground. I can go Ghost Ogre. Because Ghost Ogre can interact with Lupus. Yeah, maybe Ghost Ogre is a cool one. Maybe it was Ghost Ogre. I had the read. But the solution, I only thought of the solution after I already clicked the other line. I'm still happy I didn't go for Ash though. So they pop Q now, which means I can't manipulate the top deck, but it's alright. Oh, they make it targetable. That makes it easier. I mean, I can non-target bounce it anyways. I can still manipulate the top deck if I want to. Also, I could have thought of... Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was... The reason I was fine into that Izuna is because I didn't do the greedy thing and go for the Ash Blossom, right? Like, if I go for Ash there, the problem is that if they remove Q, I just have no good way to make Trackmaker because the Ash does not allow me to use Rotary from hand, but Mix plus Rotary doesn't actually make anything. So I need to get the... I can get Ghost Ogre or I can get Rico. Rose Whip Andes would have exploded. Yeah. If you... That's like genuinely... Rose Whip there just loses, right? Yeah. We have 3 hand traps, but 3 of them mediocre ones, I would say. We'll see. They got Malice sleeve, so I'm scared. Oh yeah, that's Malice. So technically, right? Technically, this does not play. Even if they get the ad here, right? Like, because backup / wizard don't play without a body. So the bell... The Veiler isn't necessary here. Unless they have II field spell. I guess unless they're actually playing Adignisters. Yeah, then. I never beat that. I never beat that combination of... No, I can't beat that. Good hand. If the Fuba doesn't resolve, we lose the game. Because Droll doesn't do anything if they start normal summon Q. So the hand's not actually that good. Yeah. Goodbye 1600s. It's been real. But I've lost 3 coin tosses in a row and my hand traps got negated every time, so... Back to 1500 we go. Hey, a Charmy resolved and the Toxic combo deck can't combo. Nice. That great. Back to 1600 we go. I didn't activate this to play around roll. I mean, they do shifter now and I die. Nothing I can do. Oh, this game, man. One day we'll have a game that's no longer hand trap minigames. I don't know, man. I felt like at some point they were going into that direction, and right now it feels like they did a 180 and we're walking into that direction again. This plays into Bell. I'm gonna take this. They both get impulse, so. I wish I could have let them have this because this actually checks it, but I can't banish friggin' March Hare. I actually wanted them to have this because it's one of the few cards that Loudness War stops. Now they have a random card that I can't calculate with. I feel nothing, man. How's it come that tier gambling is fun, but this gambling isn't? Well, I mean, tier gambling is only fun for one person, but I don't see the comparison. It has nothing to do. I mean, it does have something to do with gambling, but like the reason why it's not fun is because it feels like there's no skill involved. It feels completely arbitrary. At least that's the reason for me. It just feels like you can lose to literally anyone just activating their cards in a very obvious fashion. I want to say that I just watched your DuelLinks Banlist part. It got frustrating every time you asked chat why a certain card was banned and waited for an answer. I was thinking you can click on the card on DuelLinks meta and it'll show you the skill and the deck list to help you better understand the situation. Are you mad because I interact with my chat when we do things? On a live stream? That's interesting. And when I say interesting, I don't mean interesting, but you know what I mean. Any chance you would revisit your branded list sometime soon and think about changes for the new format? There's definitely a chance for that. But what I'm considering bringing branded to regionals this weekend, and I tried because we talked about in that deck profile, I talked about like wanting to make it more grindy and maybe taking out some of the individual one-offs and stuff like that. I might bring a version like that to regionals. I haven't decided yet on how exactly I'm gonna do that. Where are regionals this week? I'm playing, I think it's Saturday, it's Arnheim, and Sunday, it's Dortmund. Gone through Q. I kind of want the field spell, but I can get the field spell from Rotary. Okay. See, that's the problem. Now they got multiple draw cards. They got multiple draw cards that I can't really account for very well. They got Vision, Talents, and Desires. I guess they might not be able to activate Visions. Okay, I think my goal is to negate Desires and Talents. Hold up, that hand I actually have to write down. What was it? Desires. Yeah, you can draw an anchor. Desires, Vision, Talents, Burner, Anchor, and Rhoda. Now they can use it. Yeah, maybe I should leave Rose on top, but I think banishing Rose is pretty valuable. In TCG, you can ask what you know, though. Until the end of the turn, it's considered public knowledge, I think, at the moment, is the rule for it. Why do I have 0 copies of the spell right now? That can't be. Something has gone wrong. I think something has gone wrong, and now we might be in trouble. I don't want to... I should have given them Rose. I got too greedy on banishing Rose when it's probably not even a one-of because they play Desires. But like if they activate Desires and they banish the second Rose, we're in a pretty good spot. But now they have a lot of unknowns. But I don't want to make Zaylin right away because they can Widow Anchor it. And that's not something I want. Why do we go Q Rotary instead of Q Mix Rotary? Because of Droll. I don't want to get Drolled. Okay, 2 unknowns. Okay, we know Rhoda. Problem is, I was thinking about making Zaylin now. I was thinking about making Zaylin now, but still, they just afterburner it. I still have to do it, I think. How about loudness and RS? Could be. No, I had to play it differently then. If I wanted to do that. I think this is fine too. Maybe we can hit the second Rose. Oh, I saw a monster and I thought that may be it. So what I was thinking is like, this still forces Afterburner, and then after the Afterburner, we can go clip make RS. Which is technically the same as Loudness War plus RS. The bigger issue is they can wait with talents. Well, I mean, wait for what though? What do you mean by that? Look at your opponent's hand, choose a card, shuffle it into the deck. I'll chain this. You knew this? No, I know it, but why did they just start with it instead of using Afterburner? Okay. Second effect. I think it's just RS here. Keep the one in hand for follow-up. How much defense? 24. That's a lot of attack. Ooh, that's a snipe, maybe. That could be a snipe. Because that's definitely a one-of, and that can stop my RS if they care. That's not bad. But it's definitely still playable for them. So they have Afterburner, Ray, and 2 unknowns. They have Afterburner, Ray, and 2 unknowns. Yeah. You Afterburner the RS, and then afterwards you can play. But I mean, they don't know I have Veiler, Bell, so I hope that's good enough. If they have hard draw engage though, they can play around Veiler by going battle phase. Yep. Okay, they seem to not have engage. I think that's the biggest thing in this matchup, because you have so much non-engine that can stop them from accessing engage. Like, Kagari and Zero should never really resolve against this deck. I think I go Bell here, because otherwise they can droplet to dodge Veiler. Technically, it's better to Veiler here. Because Bell has more value later against Zero, tag out and stuff like that, or Ray coming back from the grave. Bell is the better card. I'll risk Droplet, because I feel like they may have used Droplet. Because if it's linkage, I can chain another Veiler, that's fine. That's the second rose. Yeah, I think they would have dropleted like Zalen or RS at some point. Ooh, that was scary. I feel like they should have used Afterburner before Talents and used Talents to draw. A little confused by that. Empen, thank you for the $2. Will there be a stream with Emre in the future? I mean, yeah, probably at some point. I'm not against it. Miru? No, Emre. Of course, Empen is asking that. Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. It's probably just Emre's alt. Ghost Ogre is really cool in this matchup. This might be Striker? Maybe. Don't think it matters what it is, because it's drawn Ash from my Fuwa. I'm not playing the game next turn. Pokemon Champions coming closer and closer. True. That's not an optimal start. That's a pretty bad start, actually. Okay, so they cannot take. They probably don't have linkage. Widow Anchor is likely. Droll is not unlikely either. I can get Rico's effect later. This is slightly worse into Widow Anchor if I hit the Widow Anchor with Rico now. Like let's say I normal summon Rico and they would have used Anchor on it, then that would be annoying, but ah, dude. Balanced Droplet. Balanced droplet is scary, but I can hopefully make it so they don't have a play. So I only get one search here. But I can normal summon, so I think I just get the spell. But this probably means droplet is face down, right? Which would have been a much better hit for me. The thing is, droplet can only send spells in this case. So if I have a read its droplet, I mean, I should just bounce the monster and leave the droplet there because, like, I can negate the droplet anyways with the Zalen. And then I win no matter what. Yeah. I mean, I could also bounce the back row to be safe, I guess. But I mean, what is it going to be? Because it's something they have to be able to activate in an open game state, right? Is it mix add or Rico add? Okay, now I should have bounced this because now if I go for game with B2B plus RS in battle phase, I can't negate the droplet, but it still forces them to use everything. I think this is fine. Should have bounced this, then it was game. I kind of threw that. That's fine. They are forced to droplet one card away, and you're drawing another droplet next turn. Congratulations. Are you coming for French Nationals? I will be at French Nationals, yeah. This is where it's super poly all along. I don't think they would. But yeah, that would have messed me up. They would have used that earlier, though. But yeah. When React Andy? Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. Are we top 10 yet? Nah, there's no way. We're like 200 points away or something. Pretty far. They have something. Probably Fuwa. Oh, that's worse. Wait, why did they appear in this order? They always are the other order. I'm always dude. Now I'm looking at hand after I take a card away. That's stupid. Hmm. Oh, it's because the rotary was on field. I see. Okay. Yeah, normally I do it the other way around, right? Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to do a little guessing game here. Ray and Shark Cannon. Okay, well, I mean, luckily that's not really a guessing game because Shark Cannon can just stay on top. And they have Ray already, so I mean, in this case, I would have given them Ray. Yeah, that's my bad though. I can't complain about that. So they draw Shark Cannon. They have Droplet, Linkage, Engage, Ray. That's a fucked up good hand, man. I mean, all things considered, this is a really good board into Maxi. It really is. I wish they had 2 Rays in hand now, because I chained the wrong way around. I mean, it's not like the Shark Cannon does much, but for example, it's a spell that they can send for Droplet, which might make it better for them, because they could get to 3 spells easier. So yeah, they start with that. Ray, Engage. Forgot again. Ray, Engage, Droplet, and another spell. Well, linkage. Linkage. Yeah. Droplet, Engage. Droplet, Engage, Ray. Can't really go Zalen here because they Droplet it, right? They go Engage. Well, right now, yeah, no, right now they don't have 3 spells engraved, so Engage here isn't the end of the world. They have to go Engage, Chain, Droplet if they want to draw anyways. Didn't think of that one, did you? Didn't think of that one, did you? Can't. I mean, you can droplet it by sending engage away, but I don't know if you want to do that. I don't know if you want to do that. Dude, I could this matchup, this particular matchup, I could play all day. It's not even a good matchup for me, but it's fun. And I haven't even won yet, to be clear. The right play for them is to just let me shuffle the Ray, main phase 2, activate engage, chain droplet to try and draw a way out of it. It's not impossible. Bye-bye. And that would not be possible if... It would not be possible if I didn't give them Shark Cannon as the third spell, but... You said that and he clicks OK Insta, bro is watching, and so be it. Then we both have perfect information. I mean, they know all my cards anyways. Cianos! Wait. Now you lost. Now you just lost. Because you didn't chain droplet, huh? Now I just make RS. If you activate... This starts a chain, right? Yeah. Okay. It was RB this whole time. You think it's RB? Imagine. That was not the winning play. They can't even make Zeus because they linkage. Typhon, I mean. GG. Dude, we beat Maxi Imperm, Ray, Linkage, Engage, Droplet. And we didn't even have Ash. We had one Bell. That was fun. Nice. Conclusion, Maxi isn't the problem. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Are you playing the post-banlist deck yet? Yeah. Is Book of Eclipse better than Droplet against Kewl Tune? I'm not sure. It's not bad. Fought so hard against Sky Striker for this to happen in the next game. And now the game once again has not noticed that it's not worth playing if that happens. So it's not giving me another game. The client is like, sorry about that. But the only way to make sure that that doesn't happen again is to if you just don't play. That could have been winnable. That, yeah, that's a valid thing to say if you have no idea what any of their cards do. If you're just not familiar with Jokul and Solfador, then you might think that was winnable. Fair enough. Yeah. But if you have any info on what the text on those cards says, then you leave the game there. Pretty sure this hand summons Ash. I should stop summoning anything in the EMZ just in case it's Sky Striker, because it could matter. Only win con that game was Divine Intervention. I think the win con in that game against Crystron K9 is probably that like someone walks into their room and they close the game out of shame of what deck they're playing. Like let's say their mom walks in or their girlfriend walks in or whatever, and they just like close the game because they don't want like their significant other to see like what kind of disgusting deck they're playing, and that's like that's a realistic win con. That could happen. What do I add? I have my normal summon still, but I have mix already. Baylor. Good hand. Honestly, good hand. But doesn't have an out to max C, I noticed. That's kind of dumb of you. I feel like you should have drawn an out to max C. Well, instead you want to have a second mortar. That's also fine by me, I guess. Fine by me. Champions today? If you guys want to, I'm down. Can you do viewer battles in Champions? I think you can, but I would rather just play ladder. Why summon Ash with Q? You're gonna see in a second. You're gonna be shocked by this next trick. Woo! Okay, they got Mourner, Veiler, it was Rotary Mix Q? I don't know. I think Rotary Mix Q. Oh no, Overtake, not Q. Just max C them so they can leave. The funny thing here is I don't need max C in this hand. The max C doesn't even really do anything. Hilariously enough, the card that they can't play through ultimately is the Ash Blossom. I mean, hilarious depends on how you stand on it. Now if they normal summon Q, I negate it with Zaylin. If they don't activate, then I bounce it with Trackmaker. That's all she wrote. Maxi not even activated. I wish we could trigger Zaylin by going Maxi Chainlink too. That would have been mean, yeah. That would have been mean. Was there a good point to Veiler Mourner? Not really. This sucks so bad, dude. The fact that they hard open Jokel destroys me here. This is quite literally the most disgusting type of gameplay that Yu-Gi-Oh can produce these days. There's nothing worse than this. I would rather play against Stun than this, and I mean it. And you know I mean it. Should talents be banned? Yes. Talents should have never been printed. Maybe I have a chance with Typhon. Because I don't know exactly. They can still bring back Lupus. And make like... The droll saves me a little bit here. But I definitely can't play next turn. Why is there 2 Rippers? Eh? Come on. Oh, dude. Oh! Oh! Bro, the deck they're playing, already sucks every bit of skill out of this game, and they still manage to lose with it in unlosable games, dude. It's actually unreal, dude. The amount of skill that it took to win that game against me was so small, dude. It was so little skill that you needed to win that game. And you still managed to... Dude, that was harder to lose. That was still harder to lose than to win, dude. My mom would have won that game. Nothing against my mom. She's smart, but she does not know a single Yu-Gi-Oh card. So... Surely she knows a few Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Okay, she knows a couple. Yeah, that's true. She knows Snipe Hunter. And sometimes when I go to tournaments, she asks me what I play. She's like, "You're playing Draco Tail again?" She's just something she's heard somewhere. I passed this, by the way. I can't play. I can't play because I have to normal summon Ash to activate Duelist Genesis, but that does not... I mean, actually, no, it does. It plays. Technically, it plays because I can Rotary summon Rotary after Kewl Tune Synchro. Yeah, right. I do have Rotary. You can also add Field Spell. Is adding Field Spell better here? I mean, it doesn't get ashed. It's worse into Ghost Ogre, I guess. It's also worse into Imperm, actually. Because, yeah, no, I think it might be this, actually. Because if I get Impermed on whatever I summon off of the field spell or on the Q that I add, It's actually worse for me. Look, second Ash. The one thing that Rotary doesn't play around, but the other thing does, is Izuna. But I have Ash for Izuna. I was just thinking about that because they have canine sleeves. Oh, okay. All right, that's a good hand. That's annoying, but I think maybe I'm okay. We'll see. And quick. I want a special mix, add Q, normal Q, special Rico. Yeah. Do I go remix pass? I think so. Now, if I knew the deck well enough, I could probably figure out a way to win against Impulse, because I'm not sure. I'm definitely banishing the Royal. I'm not sure if it's better for them to have a random card or if it's Impulse. I'll try to win against Impulse. Maybe I might regret this decision. Kepler, the Queen, Contract, and the I don't know what the globe thingy is called. Copernicus? Activate a Dark Contract, continuous spell trap from your deck. I know I'm supposed to Ash the contract that summons from deck. I don't think that matters much. Impulse, Kepler, Contract. Dude, what is the... Hold up. Related cards. There's so many. The other one that they have is this one. Scale 1, scale 10. Here's the thing, if I ash this, how do they play? They can't even get the other contract, can they? I'm pretty sure they can't do anything. Normal Kepler, I can just negate with RS. And then they have 2 normal summons in hand, yeah. Normal or special, send the DD or Dark contract from your deck to the graveyard. Okay, but then Kepler in hand doesn't do anything, right? As a scale, hold up. Once per turn during this, no, it doesn't. It does nothing. Whew. Eerie stuff. Yeah, I had a gut feeling it was better to leave Impulse on top, but it's scary against decks that you don't know so well. But I just felt like, even though their hand looked good, I felt like it was doable if they draw non-engine off the top. This hand is ass. They could crash into and summon Queen from extra. Yeah, but I mean, I guess they know that's not winning, right? So take away the Herald. Have they draw a card? In TCG, I would have maybe just taken away the what's it called? The one of Sinachi, but they have ways to fix that as well. I don't want to use Crackle under Fuwa, I don't think. I'm just hoping they have no extenders and I can just ash the Kapsi Yamiway and they don't get all the names in rotation. Opinion on Kashtira Fenrir to 3? I'm a fan of it. I think if Kashtira is going to be a problem, then they need to ban a Rysart. Oh, it never mattered. This could be a good imperm. Because 2+1 does not actually do anything yet. I don't even feel like I have to Fuwa here on res yet because I don't know if they really go into anything immediately, right? They try. I think they're trying to synchro with a hand trap right now. And if their only hand trap is Ash, then if they use Ash now, they might not even have a play. So they might have no choice but to let that resolve. Okay, they have Ash. So they have another hand trap. Oh yeah, they do. Okay, never mind then. You may have thought that what just happened was interesting, but it wasn't. Okay, well, the only thing I can hope for here is that if they look at my hand and they can't manipulate my top deck for now, they I mean, they can manipulate my top deck, but if the actually, nah, I think they guaranteed win, right? Because they just they go add field spell tribute track maker, add Q, normal summon Q special Rico add clip, and then make remix, and then remix adds Ash back to hand, and then I'm dead. Unless I have two, once again, unless I have 3 starters on the top of my deck in a row. And or Bell. Bell also works. Or Called. No, I don't play Called by right now. I don't think. But they tributed Mix. I guess they can go for a Zalen route too. That works as well. Is it the same? Depends, right? It might not be. Oh yeah, no. Zalen plus Remix cooks me. They don't want me to have Fuwa is the thing. Actually, do they? I get Fuwa. Yeah, nah, I think Fuwa is not good for them. They might have to give me a random card here. Unless if the card in their hand is a hand trap, none of this matters. Okay. They leave me with Mix. I mean, yeah, I have 2 normal summons. That's also redundant. I don't have tuners in the grave. I cannot start with this card, so I have to start with a normal summon here. Which will let them pop it with Mix. Oh, dude. I don't know what they were thinking about. They could also just give me the Fuwa then. Where's Mitsu, Yami, and Draco Tail? I mean, we just lost to Yami. Dude, every game. Every freaking game, man. You have to be kidding me. Thoughts on the ban list? It's good, but it doesn't hit the real problem cards. It's a good ban list, though. But it's not going to change much. Pokemon time. I'll do one more because I don't want to. I don't really want to end it on such a low note. But like, I mean, depending on what happens this game, it might get even worse. But we're losing a lot right now. Maybe Kewl Tune is mid. Yeah, very good analysis of what's happening. It's definitely not because we get shifted and ashed and everything. Yeah, you're. I'm sure your Blue Eyes deck would have won all of these games. This one might be winnable because my hand is really good. It depends on their hand though. I mean, I'm at the mercy of their hand at this point. My hand is good, but their hand is also, they have full setup. And they can still go Q summon Ash or Rose Whip because that's still legal. So I insta lose to Rose Whip. Tumok, thank you for the 31 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Okay, no Rose Whip. And what do we draw? Two engine cards. Okay. They should give me Duelist Genesis. That's a bad draw because I already have all the spells I can get with it in hand. Yeah, Duelist Genesis is basically a brick here. It's even worse than a non-engine. Like, let's say an effect veiler or something I could have at least maybe synchroed with, but Duelist Genesis is the worst card I can draw here. I can't beat the level modulation. Maybe I can. Yeah, Zayla needs a synchro. I got confused by that for a second there as well. Now they're even higher. I don't know if I can synchro anymore. Does B2B need a tuner? B2B needs a synchro. I can make loudness with mix plus rotary. Alright, that's a good time to stop. Losing like 3 or 4 games in a row to getting ashed. I think it's a good time to call it a day. We still climbed today, but I feel like every time I play Master Duel these days, I get to this point where this happens too often in a row and then it becomes miserable. But, yeah. It's just, it's so annoying to me because there's like so many good games and it just all gets thrown out the window if this shit happens like multiple times in a row. It is so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Oh, dude. I've been saying it and I'll say it again. The biggest problem of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is non-engine. Non-engine is the biggest down. This and ultimately gonna be the thing if they keep doing it like this. That's gonna kill the game for me. Can we see your deck list? Yeah. This is post ban list already. The ban list is not in effect yet, but I already took out the synchro overtakes for extra Duelist Genesis. The striker games were really fun. It's cool to see good striker players getting to compete in rated. Yeah, striker is like the deck that I can see myself playing also in the next format, depending on how things go, but we'll see. I mean, the problem with striker it also usually loses to an Ash Blossom in the right spot, which is really hard. Like usually at least my experience with Sky Striker also at YCS Dortmund was the exact same thing. Like you look at your hand, especially going second, and most of the time it's like, well, I can win, or this is about to be a good game unless they have Droll or Ash, and then they have Droll or Ash, and then you're not playing the game, and then that kind of sucks. Yeah. But yeah, if you guys are down, I'm down to play a little bit more Pokemon Champions. If you guys want to stick around, that's going to be fun. We should hopefully not have the same technical difficulties as yesterday at the start. But I'm down to do a couple more hours. I don't know exactly how long. Let me set it up real quick. And I do wanna kind of build a new team, I think. We can talk about that. Let me see. Here we are. You guys, as same as yesterday. Ooh, update. Okay, we have to do an update. Mega Meganium Rain Team. Mega Meganium Rain Team sounds like fun. I don't know if I have all the Pokemon for Rain. Yesterday I was thinking, like, I feel like the metagame in Champions right now is very, like, aggressive. I feel like there's a lot of really speedy, hard-hitting Pokemon right now. So I feel like a Trick Room team could be alright. Or Perish. Perish Trap is something I'm very interested in. I don't know if I can play Perish well enough. Let me change the stream stuff. Okay. Perish Trap is legal? Yeah, there's I think the only shadow tag in the game is Gengar though. So you have to play Mega Gengar. Which is cool. I like Mega Gengar. It's like playing Stun in Yu-Gi-Oh! Nah, just not. That's not the same. Shut up. It's way more tactical than playing Stun in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's not a fair comparison. Okay, so the team I was using yesterday was this. Let me see. I'm on this. This is not ideal. This is what I was using yesterday. And it was doing fine. I think we ended stream at 2100. I played a game or two afterwards. And I ended up on 2118. So currently almost top 1000, which is not bad. But I do kind of want to rework the team. Okay, so we have two options. And I'm trying to think what I want to do. We can build a Trick Room team, or we can build a Perish Trap team. Both of those seem appealing to me. You play singles or doubles? I play VGC, which is doubles. Let me see. Let me see what I have first. So for Perish, I have Gengar. You probably play what's like the is there a Perish Trap team that's already kind of like being played? You probably play Incineroar, right? Because of the parting shot shenanigans that you can do. And also, what is the Pokemon that usually has Perish Song? Do you just put Perish Song on Gengar, I assume, or do you have another Perish user? Gengar and Politoed. But what's the point of Politoed if I already have Gengar that can Perish Song? Rain. Right, but what's the point of Rain? Just to disrupt like Sun? Set up a second Perish. Let me empty this team from yesterday. Okay, a Perish team. Let's say we do Gengar. We do Incineroar. The Incineroar will probably end up having Protect, right? Over like Darkest Lariat or Flare Blitz. If we play Rain, then we might replace Flare Blitz, I suppose. You definitely have Fake Out, Parting Shot, Protect, and then like one attack maybe Snarl even for the defensive option. Might not even use like a strong attack if the goal is Perish. Will-O-Wisp. Yeah, but then you have no attack at all. That is great. Because there are a couple of mons that you do have to KO even under Perish because they can switch out, right? Like the AG Slash of the world and stuff. Shouldn't you have Gothitelle? Gothitelle is not in the game. We can't have Gothitelle. Not here. Politoed. Okay. So those three are like... Are those three our like our Perish core? What's like the fourth if we want to go for Perish? Like what's a thing that Perish struggles against that we need to like bring an answer for? Because usually I think Garchomp is really good against Perish. Garchomp is very strong against Perish usually. At least when I play against Perish, I bring Garchomp and they have problems against it. King Gambit seems really annoying for Perish. Chomp and Gambit. Chomp and Gambit. Okay, I guess the Chomp issue we can mitigate a little bit with Intimidate as well as Ice Beam on Politoed. But the King Gambit is definitely a problem. We could run Close Combat on Incin as our one attacking move. It could be Close Combat, Fake Out, Parting Shot, Protect. Then we can't hit Aegislash at all though. What's the Gengar moveset first of all? In Perish. Is it Disable? Where's Perish Song? Perish Song. It probably is Disable, right? Or Substitute, I guess. Or defensive stuff. It could be Substitute. Yeah, it's Substitute or Disable. I guess we can decide that later. For now, let's put the Perish Song on there. You also, there's no way you play this spread, right? There's no way you play max special attack and max speed in Perish. You probably have a lot more bulk. But okay. Yeah, I'll change that later. Well, I'll think about the spread later. Max HP and some speed. Yeah, probably. Okay. We still need an answer for King Gambit. Even if we put Close Combat on Incin, I don't even know how consistently that beats King Gambit. Because a lot of them have Choppleberry as well. You have Palafin? I do have Palafin. Ooh, Palafin learns Drain Punch in Close Combat. We could put Palafin. Sinistra or redirection and healing. Sinistcha sounds good, but Sinistcha also struggles with King Gambit. You could do like a hybrid Rain Perish. We could play like we could have like, let's say we have Palafin and Sinistcha. Let me think this through. Palafin, Sinistcha, and then maybe like another Mega or Archaludon or something like that. Because then we're not forced to bring Perish all the time, right? Because we could also just bring like Politoed, Palafin, Sinistcha plus another Mega, right? Or we could bring like Politoed, Incineroar, Palafin +1. What's your answer to Scarf Basculegion? I guess we would protect Gengar, Icy Wind it, and then disable whatever it goes for. Is the move. Probably, right? Because the Politoed is definitely going to have Icy Wind. So we go, like if they, let's say they have the thing in, the Basculegion, we can protect Gengar, Icy Wind, then we outspeed. Then we outspeed, and then we can disable the move that they lock themselves into. Right? That could work. Yeah, that works. You can play Whimsicott for Tailwind, Encore, Protect. The thing, my issue with putting Whimsicott on here as the last mon is that I feel like at that point we only have the Perish mode. Because Whimsicott, like if we don't bring Perish, then what do we do with these 5+ Whimsicott? We don't really have anything, right? Do we have a fairy answer? None of our moves do damage into that type. I mean, we're playing Perish, right? We do have an answer to everything that isn't Ghost. Technically, we can like the thing with Perish is you don't have any problem with bulky mons. Like there's never a mon that you can't knock out because you can just Perish them if you can survive long enough. Is the thing, right? Like as long as the Pokemon does not kill you, that's fine, right? I don't know if we need Sinistcha, but it could be helpful. What about Archaludon? Yeah, I mean, Politoed, Palafin, Archaludon, Sinistcha could be like a group of 4 that you can bring. I don't hate these 5. I don't hate these 5 as like a Perish core. Where, okay, so then what is this here? What would we do with Palafin? Would we put a choice scarf on it? Or would we just put like Mystic Water? It gets taunt as well. Did you intend to put Sludge Bomb back on Gengar? I just didn't change it yet because I realized we have to do more changes to it later. So it would be Jet Punch. Do you think Drain Punch? Let me open a damage calc real quick. Do you think Jet Punch gets King Gambit consistently? Even like through Intimidate or something? Palafin Hero. Blank set. King Gambit. Or do we need close combat to make sure we KO? Rain Punch. Close combat. You think we'll go Adamant on it? calc for if they have Chopelberry. Dude, I don't know if we can ever KO Chopelberry, but let me check. So let's see. Let's say we have Adamant. And let's say we have Max Attack. If we have Adamant Max Attack, and if they have... What's like a common... What should I calc against Kingambit's defensively? Max HP? No defense? Is that average? What's the average Kingambit set? Max HP, 2 defense. Okay. So the problem is max HP, 2 defense. We will... only 50% of the time we will one-shot with Drain Punch. Even if we go max attack. On Palafin. In hero form, even. So we need close combat. Close combat always kills it. Close combat kills probably max... yeah, close combat kills max HP, max defense. Kingambit. Just in case they have that. But it doesn't kill through Chopelberry. But that's alright. It doesn't do 200%. No, it doesn't do 200%. Probably flip turn, right? Through Intimidate. Through Intimidate. If they are max HP, max defense, then it doesn't kill through Intimidate. But if they have max HP 2 defense, then it kills 70% of the time. 75. And then probably Protect. If it's not Scarf. I could see this being Scarfed though. I think Scarf Palafin is kind of nice. I could see this being Scarf, and then we put Wave Crash on as the last move. I could see that. Because that could also be a legitimate answer to, like, what's it called? Scarf Basculegion, because we would be faster than it. Right? Yeah, we have more speed than Scarf Basculegion. And in Rain, Basculegion's defenses are ass. So in Rain, you actually might murder it with Wave Crash. I don't know if it goes down immediately, but it takes a lot of damage. Scarf could be interesting. Yeah, you know what? Let's try a Scarf one. Where's Wave Crash? Here. Flip turn, Jet Punch, Wave Crash, close combat. $143 is max speed Basculegion, so you can set 144. Yeah, you're right. We could make it slower, actually, if we put Scarf on it. It doesn't have to be this fast. But alright. Okay. Then... with Gengar, I honestly, I kind of want to go very defensive on it, right? Shadow Ball... The thing is, we might still need the speed. We might still need the speed. So, Mega Gengar is base 130 speed, which means it hits 200, which is the exact same as Aerodactyl. It's the exact same as Aerodactyl, which is nice to have. But if we wanted to go slower, how slow could we go, you think? I don't think we could go much slower than 200, because we need... What's... Sneasler is 189? I think Sneasler is 189. And I don't want to be slower than Sneasler. Yeah. Sneasler is 189. And Mega Gengar... How much do I have to put? 23 on Timid. Wait, that's this is what I need on timid, and I can put the rest in defense. I could run some calcs to see if we need all this defense or if something would be better off in the special defense side, but I'll just leave it for now. Or if we need like some special attack for something like one hit KO Sinistra or something. But I'll leave it like this for now. You need 8 special attack for what? Give me a reason and I might do it. For Frostlass 1 hit? Okay, I'll calc that real quick. Mega Frostlass, blank set, Shadow Ball, in snow. No. Oh wait, no. This is zero special attack Mega Gengar against 2 special defense Mega Frostlass. 8 feels too much. 7 5. We need 5 for this. We need 5, not 8. Yeah. We need 5, not 8. That seems like a good benchmark. All right, I put the rest in defense. All right, coded split. Don't you want a bit more speed to outspeed Jolly Garchomp? We do outspeed Jolly Garchomp already because this is base form stats. It's gonna Mega Evolve. The Mega is faster than this, so it's not gonna stay 168. I checked on another site how fast the Mega is going to be. We're good. This is going to let us hit 190 speed. 190 speed is going to outspeed Sneasler by 1. We're gonna I think we get outsped by Talonflame though. Jolly Talonflame hits 195. At this point if we want to outspeed Talonflame, we have to go max speed. But I think Talonflame is not a bad... Talonflame sucks against this team. Dude, we got Incin, Politoed, and Palafin. I think we can handle Talonflame. Also, they have priority moves if they are full. If they're full, they have priority anyways. I think that's fine. Okay. The Incineroar, I have no idea what to do with. All I know is we're gonna give it Protect because we are Perish Songing. The last move I could see Flare Blitz, I could see Darkest Lariat, but I could also see Close Combat to deal with King Gambit. Is Close Combat even better than Superpower? I don't know. And then probably no speed. You probably do a defensive Incineroar unless you want to try and close combat King Gambits with it. You probably just do a defensive spread on it. Does it learn knockoff? No, not anymore. Not anymore. Do you guys think it's better to have a physically defensive or specially defensive Incin in this team? What do we struggle with more? Special defense? I mean, that's the thing. Maybe it's smarter to go special defense because it has Intimidate already. So we're kind of okay at dealing with physical attackers. So let's just go to this second benchmark. I'm not calculating this right now. I'm going vibes based. feel like this seems like it makes sense. We could go even higher. I like that the game shows you these benchmarks on when you get a second point. In case you've ever wondered how this works, I guess. If you have a positive nature, because the positive nature gives you plus 10%, there are certain increments where 1 extra point will actually give you 2 extra stat points, which is something that previously you had to figure out yourself, but the game now shows you with these the red lines in the thing. So see here, I'm going from 152 to 154 by investing 1 point. Okay, I mean, this is a very specially defensive Incineroar. That's something we have to keep in mind. Do I use a ticket here? Yo, Farfa Raid, what's up, gamers? We're playing Pokemon Master Duel right now. We're playing Pokemon Master Duel, and we're building a Perish Trap team, which, according to chat, is one of the most Josh things you can do in this game. So we're trying to make that work. Which item is Incin gonna have? Chopelberry? Because I feel like Politoed really wants Citrus. I feel like as much as I like Citrus on Incineroar, I really do like it. But I don't know if what else does Politoed use? Politoed could have leftovers, I guess. Politoed could definitely have leftovers, which is fine. But then what does Sinistcha have? That's been one of my biggest problems with Champions, because they removed so many items, which I don't really have a problem with the fact that they removed items, but defensively, I found it really hard to build, because you have Citrus, you have lefties, and then what? You got to start running like the anti-berries, which I think is really annoying. Yeah, I think we'll give it the Chopel. I've been running Chopel Incin in other teams, and it's been doing fine. There's a lot of fighting moves in the game, Sneaslers and shit. So, yeah, that's fine. And then Politoed and Sinistcha probably gets Citrus, and Politoed gets Lefty. Right. And then, okay. Politoed. Helping Hand goes away for Protect. Definitely. Now the question I have is, do we need a second Perish song on the team? Do we need a second Perish song? Is that important? Because otherwise, I kind of like Encore with Disable on Gengar. It's good to have. I mean, of course, having the option is always good, but is it actually better than having the option to Encore if we go next to Gengar, which has Disable? I feel like there's 2 ways we could do it, all right? I think there's 2 ways we could do it. We could do, if we want to run Disable on Gengar, I think this should have Encore. If Gengar goes for Substitute, then this can have Perish Song. I think that's how we do it. I think that's how it makes sense. But I think if we have Disable on Gengar, this wants Encore. You know, I think we could do that. I think we could do Perish on Politoed and then Substitute on Gengar. I don't hate Substitute on Gengar. Yeah. And then we make this thing bulky as well. Is there anything we can speed creep in the 90s? 90, what's base? Politoed is base 70 speed. What else is base 70? In the format right now. What else is base 70? Bridge is 77. I'm not investing that much speed. Uh, 1,000. And then Sinistra definitely gets Protect over Strength Sap. Definitely needs Protect. I think the rest stays this way. The spread is fine, probably. This is a good resource for speed. Ah, okay, thank you. I was looking for that recently. I googled champions speed tiers and I couldn't find anything, but this didn't come up. Nice. Okay. I think this is a solid Perish Trap core. Now, is there a Pokemon number 6 that we could go with that makes sense in case, just in case, like, my opponent's team just doesn't allow me to go for Perish because it's just like it's not working out with what they have. A second Mega? Como? A second... Okay, which second Mega would you suggest? Dragonite? I've seen Dragonite in rain teams. I kind of like Dragonite, honestly. It could be Archaludon. That's also good in rain. We could do... Okay, if we do Dragonite, what would the Pokemon be that we bring? We bring, like, Elephant, Politoed, Dragonite, Incin, or Sinistra? Dragonite with Hurricane and Thunder is crazy coverage. The downside of going Dragonite over Archaludon is that we cannot really bring Dragonite with Gengar, right? Whereas Archaludon we could just bring into any game, right? But the thing is, I don't know if I have an Archaludon. Oh, I do. I do have one. Very last Mon here. Mega Meganium is fine too. I don't like Mega Meganium when we already have a grass type. And I think we already struggle with King Gambit too much. I mean, it does have Weather Ball for King Gambit, I guess. It's Archaludon. It's Archaludon or Dragonite, I think. For now. I mean, I think this is going to be a... Okay, I guess what we have to think about... What we have to think about is... Because my main mode is supposed to be Perish, right? So the question is, against which matchups or which Pokemon do we not want to bring Perish, right? Like, well, if we see what on the other side will we not go Perish is my question, right? Because then we should pick something that's good against that. 3 ghosts. Okay. Yeah, if we see 3 ghosts on a team, sure. But then what do we want to bring instead? Aggressive leads like Gambit and Chomp. Right, but here's the thing, right? Against Gambit, Chomp, I feel like both Dragonite and Archaludon are both kind of weird. Right? They're both not great. Like, Dragonite is not the worst in that spot with multi-scale against the... Does Mega Dragonite one-shot Garchomp? Probably does, right? With Dragon Pulse, Mega Dragonite, Garchomp. I don't know. Garchomp's bulky, man. Dragon Pulse... We go max special attack. Nah, dude. I mean, we KO 0 bulk Garchomp sometimes. Dragonite is slower than Garchomp? Yeah, and they rock slide you. Be a man and run Draco Meteor. Yeah. Yeah, we could. But then King Gambit... Here's the other question. If it's actually King Gambit and... If it's actually King Gambit Garchomp, then how do we deal with Sucker Punch breaking our multi-scale and then Dragon Claw? Because they're faster, right? Maybe it is Mega Meganium. Because Mega Meganium, as long as we pick a speed stat that's higher than King Gambit, usually, if we can just Weather Ball the King Gambit, it might be nice. I think Scissor is a good option too. Ooh, you know, I like Scissor. That's a good call. That's a good call, because that makes sense in rain. It makes sense in rain. We can set up next to the Sinistra. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. You know? So it's gonna be Protect. Protect, Swords Dance, Bullet Punch, plus what? What's the last move on Scissor, usually? Can run Dual Wing Beat. Can run Close Combat for the... Can run Close Combat for the King Gambits. Don't hate that. And then we do... Like, I would just do max HP. I don't even know if we need max attack on this. Probably not, because we're Swords Dancing. You just have to make sure that, like... Let me run, like, 1 or 2 calcs on Mega Scizor. Like, to make sure that, like, Bullet Punch kills certain things. Like... Floette, even if it has bulk, I want it to go down to +2 bullet, but +2 bullet always kills it. Yeah. Yeah. Max HP. Yeah. We kill Floette, even with almost no. Even with no investment, we kill Floette. What about Mega Gardevoir? Yeah. Yeah. At +2, they all go down. They all go down at +2. Even at +1, they go down if we get intimidated. Even if you have no attack investment. Alright, so we'll tone it down a little bit. Like here. Little bit of attack. Not all into defense. I want more in defense than special defense, I think. Because Scissor is meant to go into those, like, guard chomp situations, right? So, do this. Don't forget to fix the ability. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna Mega usually anyways, but... Does it even... I guess it makes sense to run Technician on it. Because we might not... There's definitely a world where we bring it with Gengar, right? That could definitely happen. It's just gonna have the Mega just in case. So it should still have a good ability. Because I was thinking Light Metal could make sense just in case we ever switch into a... What's it called? Like a low kick. Where's my Mega Stones? Do I have the Scissor right? I bought a bunch of them, but not all of them yet. Alright, have we cooked or what? I don't know if we cooked. Let's try. Only one way to find out, yeah. It's a great way to test the team for the first time. When I was so close to top 1000, and I really want to get, because I think is top 1000 is what you need to get into rank 1, right? Rank 1 is top 1000 and champion rank is top 300. Well then. Okay, there's a couple of things that are scary here for my Perish plan, because there's Sinistra that can switch out. Garchomp does a lot of damage to Gengar. The Rotom might have Volt Switch. Cam switch, please. Yeah, let me pick my mons first, because I might run out of time otherwise. I will move it in a second. This might be, dude, this looks like a good scissor game. We just have to handle the Rotom, I feel like, that's all. How do I handle Rotom? With Sinistra. Sinistra is good against Rotom. I like Incin here. I like Elephant too, though. Incin. Go a little smaller. Do they expect close combat? There's no way, right? Actually, imagine Fire Fang Chomp. I mean, yeah, you can't play around everything. Oh, White Herb is annoying here. Ah. Okay. So here's my question. Does +2 Bullet Punch knock out Garchomp? No. No, it doesn't. Garchomp is so good, man. This Pokemon is not fair. Not the worst damage, honestly. Okay, they EQ again. Fine. So I think it's Rage Powder, Bullet Punch, or Protect Matcha Gotcha, but I like that more. I like this more. Because this puts damage on the Rotom, and it might put the Garchomp in Bullet Punch range. Trick! It's a Scarf Rotom. Oh yeah, Trick doesn't work. I have a Mega Stone. Crit on Garchomp. Burn on Gar. Dude, we're the best. We're just so good at this game. Holy shit. And that's their counter to Scissor Down, dude. I suppose for the most part. We got, dude, how they beat Palafin? We got Scarf Palafin in the back when they got a burned Garchomp and the Rotom is dead. Jesus. I mean, the burn, honestly, the burn didn't matter there. I don't think the burn mattered. Because that's in Bullet Punch range now anyways. Even without the crit, it's in Bullet Punch range, I'm pretty sure. So from now on, we can check the Garchomp with the Scissor anyways. Dude, Scissor is fun. Unless they were Sandvale, I guess, yeah. Oh my god. A Trick Roomer. A Trick Room Andy. Okay, here's the thing. I like Gengar against Trick Room, I think. They don't have Farigiraf as well, so they don't check my Fake Out, but they do have King Gambit. They do have King Gambit. Ooh, I think Perish is good against Trick Room, but we do need to be careful. Rain is good. I like Rain. Oh, we have Perish Song on Politoed. We can, like, protect the Gengar. Oranguru can't be flinched. Yeah, that's probably why they don't have Farigiraf. I lead Gengar. What gives Gengar trouble? King Gambit. Scarf, Final Gambit, Lucario. How much HP does that have? And how fast is it? Is Palafin faster than Lucario? Probably not. Palafin is base 100 though. That's not slow. How fast is Lucario? Base 90? Okay. So I mean, but I'm not Jolly though. Does base 90 outspeed base 100 if they have Scarf? If they have Jolly? Hey. Can I can't safely Perish Song here, can I? I really can't safely Perish Song here. I'll substitute. What's the accuracy of Blizzard in rain? 70? 49% to land both. Oh. Hey. Now they just Blizzard Instruct, probably, right? The problem is, if I protect Perish Song here, might swap. They can't swap. Ooh, okay. That's how they get weather. I'm thinking I'm switching out Gengar into this, hoping that this dies, so that I can bring Gengar back in. Feel me? Switch both and heal Gengar? Maybe. Oh yeah, because that switch would have happened first in Trick Room. No, they Earth Power. That's so bad for me. That does not kill. Okay, now they can swap. I guess the big question is do they swap here? Or do they... I don't think they swap. If they swap, it still wastes their TR turns. Yeah, but like... I don't know. I feel like for them, it's just a relatively straightforward double Blizzard. Maybe I should have stayed. I don't think I live double Blizzard. Oh. Yeah, that's my bad. I think I stayed this turn. Yeah, I stay. That's my bad. That's my bad. Because this is the second last turn of Perish Song, right? So if I just protect Sinistcha this turn, then this upcoming turn, I mean, they're still forced to swap now because they're both in Perish, right? But now I'm down 4-1, I guess. But they do have to swap here. Unless they want to give up Abomasnow. They could give up Abomasnow. Or I feel like if they're playing well from this point, they win anyways, though. In Sun. Still does good damage. Twisted Dimensions, return to normal. How do I beat this Basque Legion? I don't think you do. I think I live a... I might live one last respects because they haven't lost the Pokemon. I definitely live one. I didn't expect the Torkoal to just vibe. And they miss a move? Apparently not. Yeah, I lost. I feel like they're... I mean, if the Torkoal protects there, that's a win con for me, right? Because now the Basque Legion is so low that I can knock it out with Wave Crash the next turn. Oh. The problem is also... Wait. Why are we rank 1 now? Oh, is it lagging one game behind? Dude, we're 996. All right. Well, Master 1 gamer right there. It is delayed. Okay. So essentially it shows me I'm Master 1, but I'm not Master 1 anymore because I just lost, right? Okay. They got 2 ghost types, and they even have a ghost type that I won't know is there because they have the Hisuian Zoroark. That's weird. They don't really have a great answer to Scizor. I don't think this might not be a Perish game. This might not be a Perish game. Incin is really good here, I feel. I need Incin for their Scizor, I think. I could go for Perish. It's just hard to identify the Zoroark. I do have Flare Blitz. I want to win a game with Perish Song. Scizor is also... It's just annoying because of the Zoroark. I won't know if it's there or not. Okay, that is a real Pelipper. That is a real Pelipper. Yeah. Okay. No! Oh god, thank god I lived that. Oh my god. Imagine, dude. I lose. It drops because of the Spadef drop, dude. Oh my god, I'd be so tilted. Okay, the problem with this is that this Zoroark can switch. We're basically just fighting over the Pelipper at this point, which isn't great, I feel. Pelipper can U-turn? They don't run U-turn usually. Do they target the Politoed? I don't know if they double the Gengar. If they double the Gengar, I do lose. Actually, no. This is not good for me. No. The reason it's not good is because I just protected with Gengar. So Zoroark at -1 in Tailwind still outspeeds Gengar, I'm pretty sure. So that's going to break my sub, but I might be faster than Pelipper, so I can reset up my substitute if they double target into my Gengar here. I think I'm exactly in the middle between the two, which is good. I think. I'm not sure. I also, with the Sinistcha heal, I'm hoping I live a target from the Pelipper. Yeah, I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle between the two. They're gonna double into this slot. Oh no, they didn't. Ooh, good call. Okay, but my Sinistcha too bulky for that. Alright then. Okay, Perish count down to 1. Gengar needs... I need to swap. They need to swap. What does the Pelipper do? Do I sack my Politoed here? Or do I just swap in instant? They might Weather Ball. They can't swap. The Zoroark is Ghost type. The Zoroark can't swap. That was a lot of work to KO this Pelipper, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if that was worth it. I forgot I was confused. Oh my god. Okay, they don't attack it anyways. If they bring Zoroark back in here, is it? No, it's not disguised. Okay, good. Rain is gone. Tailwind is gone. Dude. This Zoroark is a real pain in the ass. Don't know if it goes down to a Flare Blitz. I know it's not bulky, but my Incineroar has no attack investment. The good thing about the Rain being gone is that the Archaludon can no longer... They read that, but... I don't know. Good. Okay, kills. Ah, oh, thank God. Dude, if only I wasn't on fucking 0 HP because they Spadef dropped my Incin. The second time this game. Okay. Mold Breaker Excadrill. Don't know if I have it in me. I don't know if I have the resources to stall this game out enough. If they got EQ, it's GG anyways. If they go protect EQ, it's GG. The problem is that I don't think I have a win con. Because I definitely don't have the time to attack them all multiple times, because they're nothing is in one hit KO range. But also, Perish Song, I don't even win with Perish Song because my Gengar is the fastest Mon. As long as Incineroar dies. Yeah, I can't win with Perish Song now because I have the faster Pokemon. Huh? But if I attack... Okay, that was... Maybe I think, honestly, it was probably just wrong to do Perish Trap this game. Because their team was clearly good against Perish. I just wanted to do it. I wanted to do it, but it was not correct, I don't think. Because, like... Yeah, no, with the Zor... Like, against Ghost types, the Perish stuff is just way too hard, man. Audino. Okay. Audino. If they see Perish, people probably are inclined to lead. But they got King Gambit and Milotic. I would love to lead Incineroar here because they got a lot of physical attackers. I'm leading Palafin. Izor. Incin. Sinister. No. Well, that sucks. That would have been such a good turn. I could have gone protect life do there. If I predict them protecting. Oh, they close combat. Okay. Okay, so I think the Sneasler probably Dire Claws now. Does the King Gambit switch is the question. Switch into what? Ask you Legion? Bro. Huh? What the hell was that play? Sucker Punch with King Gambit? I'll take that burn. That was a crazy... Am I crazy? That was insane, wasn't it? I don't even know what to do now. King Gambit always has Sucker Punch? Yeah, but it doesn't work against Rage Powder. I don't understand that play. I mean, yeah, I probably just got read like a book. I don't know. I don't understand how you can make that, but... I don't think I can win that anymore. This feels like a bad matchup. I don't think it was. Bro either is God player or sniping. That was my first instinct when they made that play, because I feel like that made no sense. But I don't want to accuse anyone of anything. It could just be that they had a crazy read. But that felt very unintuitive. Well, I guess it depends what they have in the back. Maybe there's a mon we can beat. I don't know. The Audino seems very bulky, though. Not even close to enough. I don't know how many protects we need. 4? Nope, not even 2. That's weird, because that felt like a winnable matchup, but that Sinistra turn was disgusting. If I just Rage Powder that turn, I think I win the game on the spot. If I Rage Powder and attack with Scissor, I think I win. Perish seems too slow for the metagame. Maybe. I mean, I wanted to try it. It's fine if it doesn't work. King Gambit. I hate every team having King Gambit in my low deck. It's so stressful. I've been on Close Combat Instant. Yeah, I'm on Close Combat Scizor, but they have Choppleberry. Incineroar is the maxi of this game. I don't know if that's true. Okay. I don't want to get Will-O-Wisp, dude. That's really annoying. Stabilize, the most annoying Pokemon ever. Do not at me. Does Mega Floette... Do I KO it at +0? I said don't at me. Ooh. Disable Rage Powder. Now they can Encore. Now they can Encore me. Oh man, that's so fuck. I hate this mon. I don't know if I'm faster than Sableye with Scizor. I don't think Bullet Punch kills. It's just about not getting encored into Swords Dance. Okay, I'm faster. Jesus. Okay, now they disable Bullet Punch. Okay. Iron Head. They disabled Bullet Punch so that when Floette comes back in... When Floette comes back in, I cannot Bullet Punch it. Encore into Scissor now? No, I have Jet Punch. I'm faster. There's nothing that brings me as much joy as seeing this little guy get knocked out, dude. Yeah, you can have Chople Berry. I'm +2 though. You're not living that. Get out of my face. Yeah. Yeah. Take your Chople Berry with you. Floette, Garchomp. I can't Bullet Punch. Anyone that needs Floette should get Pokemon Home and Pokemon Go. Catch a shiny in Go. Trade it in Home for Eternal Flower Floette. Oh, is a shiny from Pokemon Go automatically Eternal Flower? Can't we perish? Yeah, I can, but I need to get into a position too, right? I didn't want to switch in. I didn't want to switch in my... my Politoed. I mean, do I need Perish Song to win here? Ice Beam doesn't KO Garchomp though. Yeah, that was an obvious... It's Rock Slide Dazzling Gleam. I'll protect and let Sinistra go down. Can anything learn Wide Guard? No. Oh, I'm faster than Floette now. Okay. They're not max speed Floette then. Do I still go down to this? I still go down, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. The obvious play is protect Floette and Earthquake with Garchomp, but I think I win against that. I don't know if Politoed survives EQ, but if it does, I win on the spot. If it goes down, if it goes down, I might lose. I thought about Swords Dancing. I lose. I think I lose now. This feels like I threw it. don't think, once again, dude, my team is just bad in the end game, man. I just can't win these end games against like the fish and everything. Actually, the fish isn't even the problem here. The fish isn't the problem. The problem is the Incineroar I can't beat with. Dude, man. Garfish is so hard to beat. Ah, it's so obvious. Ah, what? Ah, du Scheiß. How does that one-shot Politoed, dude? I thought he was bulky. Bro, we can't. This team is ass, dude. It's too bad into like the common Pokemon, dude. It sucks into Basculegion. It sucks into King Gambit. Last Suspects is 50 basic. I know how it works. It's still a lot of damage, bro. I didn't think Politoed was that non-bulky, man. I know it's a strong move. I've used them on myself. I understand how it works, but still, dude, that was 100% health on Politoed. You need something ignorant for endgame? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but like, because the Sinistra isn't doing much. But I don't know. I feel like the Perish Trap just isn't it, man. Yeah, once again, Perish Trap sucks. Dude, this entire team just destroys my team. How am I beating Typhlosion and Aegislash with my team? Can someone tell me that real quick? King Gambit is your answer? Maybe I need King Gambit, yeah. What the hell am I supposed to do, man? Nah, we need to build a new team. This did not work out. This did not work out. It sounded good on paper. It is not working. Perish Trap. Maybe I'm the problem. It's possible that I'm the problem. The question is what they do with their Venusaur. They could just grass move into my Palafin. You have to be more cocky with sub, predicting them to protect. Dude, I did that. Sick. I did that one time, and I got psychicked into the range where I couldn't substitute anymore. So my turn was completely wasted, and I took like 90% damage. That was last game, literally, where I thought they would protect. So I don't know, man. Bro, why does Politoed avoid? brother in Christ. Yes, dude. Stupid sleep powder, man. Ooh, Gengar's woke. Dude, that's pathetic, Polytoad. What do you mean? What do you mean 40%? Ah! Thick fat? They don't have thick fat on regular Venu. It's not how it works. Dude, I don't know if Shadow Ball KOs this shit. I don't think Shadow Ball KOs this. I'm so cooked, man. I'm tired, boss. I'm tired, boss. There's not, I don't think that kills without a crit, by the way, because that's water type weather ball. And I got some bulk on Gengar. I don't think that kills without the crit. I think I live. It's 2v2 now. They have 2 in the back. What do you mean 2v2? They withdraw Charizard here all the time to reset Sun. And then I'm in here with a stupid Choice Scarf lock into a water move. It's so over, man. Now they Tailwind, Energy Ball. My Dolphin. The thing is, like, I think Mega Gengar can work. I think Mega Gengar can work, but just not with freaking Perish Trap. Like, I used the Mega Gengar team before. Bro, I'm freaking Scarf. What are you encoring me for? I was thinking for a second whether that gives me a win con or not, but it doesn't, because they set up the Sun. They set up the Sun, and because I lose this because the Venu went down, survived with 4%. If the Venu goes down, then I win. I mean, not necessarily, but nah, because the Venusaur under Sun is now faster than my thingy. So they just Energy Ball me. Not that it matters. Yeah, dude, this team is not it. We haven't won a single game after the first one. We won one, and then we've just been losing. And I think, like, I don't know. I probably haven't played it perfectly, but I haven't played that badly. I just felt like I ran into situations where I didn't really have options to do anything. But yeah, we tried. The win wasn't with Gengar. Yeah, the win was with Scizor. I have most of these already. I could get a second Excadrill, so I can build a Mold Breaker one. Or I can get a Heracross, because I don't have that. But a Heracross is kind of ass. I don't want this one. I think a second Excadrill is neat, so I can play Mold Breaker without having to. Yeah, I almost have 100. I don't know what happens when you hit 100, because I don't want to. I don't want to pay for more slots. I get the Exca. Okay, well, that was... We got 1000 VP for reaching Master 1 briefly. That's cool, I guess. Alright, let's... let us get rid of this team really fast. Man, I'm out of ideas. That's my biggest problem in this game is team building. What was the other team you wanted to try? Technically Trick Room, but I don't really have an idea how to do that either. I have Farigiraf. Yeah, I do. I even have 2 of them. The problem is, the problem is like I don't want to go with like a full-on Trick Room mode. I would want something that like also works outside of Trick Room. So okay, let's see. What are good Trick Room sweepers right now? I've seen people use the crab. I have Torkoal, but I don't really like Torkoal. Check tournament teams, maybe? Yeah, I could. I don't love just copying someone else's team without understanding what they thought when they built it, though. Golurk, Mega Aggron. I don't like Mega Aggron. Mega Aggron kind of cringe. I have a Blastoise Water Spout team. Ooh, wait, that sounds fun. I don't have Blastoise. I can get it from one of my other games, though. I should have Blastoise. Okay, you know what? That sounds like a fun idea. So what is it? Like you go for Farigiraf and then Blastoise, and Blastoise has Fake Out as well, so you guarantee Trick Room, and then you just press Water Spout. And then you have like Sinistra in the back to heal up the Blastoise, or what? That's all right. Okay, hold up. So we need to go into home. Farigiraf spams TR, Rain Dance, and Helping Hand. Okay. Okay, I need to get a Blastoise from somewhere. I have one. It was in ZA, right? Dude, look at that playtime. Holy shit. Blastoise was in ZA. See, good thing I built that Living Dex in ZA. But I should have shinies. Look at all this shiny hunting I did. Where is Blastoise? Past it. 14. Huh. Move! Okay. You saw the superior water type instead? Yeah, I got shiny Skrelp. What teams do you enjoy? Like, when I actively played VGC, I didn't really, that's one of my problems with this game. I don't really love most of the, like, archetypes. Like, Trick Room or Rain or Sun. I just like good stuff. I like the good stuff teams, like the balanced teams. That's kind of my thing. But those are also, I feel like, the harder ones to build. And I don't usually have the time because, you know, I usually play other games more actively. That I don't really have the knowledge and time to build like good balanced teams. But those are the ones I enjoy the most. Like the ones where it's more like a toolbox and you pick all the best pieces for each matchup. Those are the ones I enjoy the most. Not the ones where you just try to do one strategy. What? No. Oh, wait, I have to collect it. Mid-range, yeah, exactly. Welcome, Blastoise. Water Spout. Water Spout, Protect, probably Fake Out. Do we need Fake Out? Are we gonna lead Blastoise? Or are we gonna lead like Incineroar? To go like Parting Shot into the Blastoise? Should this have Fake Out or should it have coverage? Because I feel like it wants Dark Pulse, but it probably also wants... It might also want Aura Sphere or Fringe Gambit. Right? I think fighting coverage is probably more important than Dark. Does the ability matter? Rain Dish. We will go Quiet. We're gonna start with a very basic spread. Probably. Okay. Blastoise Knight here. Rain Dance. Is it really just Rain Dance Helping Hand? Break Room. I guess. What's the attack on it? Just Psychic? Double is good for Sneasler. Yeah, but I think in Trick Room we're fine against Sneasler. Okay. Is there... Do we need the anti-Darkberry on Farigiraf to deal with getting one-shot by King Gambit? Or can we play, like... Can we play Citrus? What's the math against King Gambit here? Let me see if King Gambit one-shots us if we don't have Citrus. Fringe Gambit. And Farigiraf. We have max HP. And we are plus defense. We do live that pretty comfortably. We live that pretty comfortably. I guess the only problem is if they have another mon that's faster than... If they have another mon that's faster than King Gambit and they deal chip damage to Farigiraf but don't activate Citrus. That could be a problem. Maybe it is the anti-Darkberry for that reason. Boba? No. Boba is not that one. Kibia is poison. Kasib is ghost. Olber is dark. You have fake out turn 1. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay. Alright, what else? How about we put like a... We should have an end game sweeper, I feel like. Something that after Trick Room expires, after they stall out Trick Room, it just comes in and it kills their shit. Is that just Scarf Basque Legion? Because also, like, if we have Rain Dance on this thing... If we have Rain Dance on this thing, this thing's gonna hit so hard. Okay. Do I still want an Incineroar? I probably still want an Incineroar. I can't lead these two together all the time, right? Sometimes I'm gonna have to lead something else. The problem with Basque Legion is it overlaps with Blastoise for coverage. I guess a little bit, yeah. Incin has Aura. Should I have a secondary Trick Room user? Our own King Gambit? We could have our own King Gambit. Yeah, we could have King Gambit. We definitely need like a... I kind of want like a second Trick Room sweeper potentially. Or like, it doesn't have to be a sweeper. It can just be a solid Pokemon to bring in under Trick Room. But it could be Torkoal. Torkoal just hates... I don't like how Torkoal comes in rain. That seems bad. What about Sylveon? Sylveon's good in Trick Room, isn't it? What's something that like Blastoise struggles with? Blastoise, this moveset has trouble with Sinistcha because it has Aura Sphere. Maybe Aura Sphere is incorrect, dude. It probably should have Dark Pulse. Sinistcha is a problem otherwise. We have another. Bulky Waters and Sinistcha. Bulky Waters and Sinistcha. Bulky Waters. King Gambit is okay against Sinistra. Bulky Waters. Is it ever? No, it's never no Sucker Punch on King Gambit, right? No way. Yeah, Blastoise is mega. Oh yeah, you guys can't see the team right now. Bad. How does this look? This is very dependent on Trick Room. This very much needs like Trick Room up function. We don't have a way like outside of Trick Room. I feel like in this we should replace one Pokemon with something that's actually fast and can clean up. Some Scarf user probably. Yeah, like I want one Scarfmon here, but I don't know what I want to take out and what I want to like which Scarfer I want. It can be Basculegion, it could be Typhlosion, but Typhlosion outside in rain is kind of ass. Scarf Chomp. Scarf Chomp. Scarf Hydreigon maybe? What about that? What about Scarf Hydreigon for the end game? We got 2 darks already. Ah. I think it's just Basculegion, honestly. I think it's Basculegion instead of something. I kind of want to swap. I need the Sinistra, right? Because Blastoise might take damage on turn 1, and then Water Spout is not good enough. Yeah, I need Sinistra, I think. Oh, let's get rid of this for now. Do I need to keep this moveset for other cringe gambits? The Iron Head. Do I swap Iron Head? I probably do Kowtow on this one. But I think I probably need the low kick for other cringe gambits. Iron Head might be needed for Mega Floette. Yeah, we kind of have to pick our poison here, I suppose. I mean, Mega Floette. I have Aura Sphere. Iron Head is nice. Iron Head is nice. Sinisha can also use Trick Room. Yeah, I might. I don't think it needs Protect. I think I can just give it Trick Room just in case the Farigiraf doesn't work in a matchup. This? How do you not get tired from 7 hours stream? I'm a little tired, but I'm also having fun. I don't know, dude. At this point, we've gambled away so much rating already. Who cares at this point? Let's just try. Dude, we lost 100 rating today. Because I've just been playing teams outside of my comfort zone. But it's alright. This feels like the exact team that we're targeting, right? This kind of feels like exactly what we want to go up against. So I feel like I want King Gambit for their Bascule Legion. Even though, yeah. I was thinking about bringing my Bascule Legion for the end game, but I don't know. I think I need. The scary thing is that my King Gambit doesn't have Troubleberry, and theirs probably does, which makes it bad in that regard. How does neutral King Gambit speed compare to Mega Blastoise? Neutral King Gambit starts at 70 speed, and Blastoise with a negative nature is still faster. That's so much damage, dude. Holy shit, King Gambit is cringe. That was exactly 50%. Dude, every team I built loses to cringe Gambit, man. How am I supposed to play the game? Why is it slower than Charizard, than Blastoise? And now how do I play the game? I can't play the game. What about Sneasler? It's a Trick Room team. Dude, I can't take another King Gambit game, man. Or call for King Gambit. Yeah, but like, doesn't that invalidate the whole idea of the team with like Rain Dance? How am I gonna play with Torkoal? It's the same team, man. Everyone's playing the same team, dude. Oh! Okay. Okay, I guess we trade crits. I think mine mattered more than theirs, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think mine mattered more. Because with mine, they would have lived and killed my thingy. I'm pretty sure. I wish I had Dark Pulse, dude. Sash, Sneasler. Of course. Oh, I guess I knew that. I knew that because they... Oh yeah, I made a very bad play. I should have psychicked the Sneasler. Yeah, that's on me. I saw because they closed combat at turn 1. They closed combat at turn 1 and they didn't activate wider. I missed that. Because the other things that happened distracted me a little bit. It was Psychic plus Water Spout, 100%. I think they probably don't even have counterplay to that. Oh, it's not Scarfed. Okay. to the life, dude. The problem is, like, if they have Floette in the back, I do not have Iron Head on my Cringe Gambit. So I might still lose. I might lose against Floette if they keep it healthy. All right, I need these matcha gotchas to hit real quick. Nice. Big. There's Floette. How many Trick Room turns? 1 Trick Room turn. Oh, you know, you can double Trick Room on the last turn of Trick Room if you predict them to protect. But I think it's safer to just live do here, because then I can set up a new Trick Room next turn if I want to. I live next turn anyways. They can't knock out my Trick Room setter 1 hit. They protect, but that's fine. I don't even know if it matters that Trick Room is up here or not immediately, because if I use it next turn, it lasts a turn longer. I guess we just have to chip away at this Floette now. Trick Room, Matcha, and then we just hope that the Floette cannot 1v3. Dude, it's fat damage, dude. This mon is broken. Burn it. Never lucky. Train stopped. Yeah, we get it though. I think we get it. Okay, we definitely only won that because we crit the King Gambit, because they had Chocoberry. Otherwise, we go, dude. How am I supposed to beat King Gambit, man? And everyone has King Gambit. Holy. When was the last win, dude? The very first game today, like 2 hours ago, man. We spent like 30 minutes building a team. We won 1 game with it and then never again. The hell is Sharpedo doing in Arlington, Texas? Well, the good news is Trick Room feels good against them. Trick Room sounds like a good idea here. What about this? What about how about I Trick Room and I Parting Shot to get the Blastoise in at full health? Oh wait, no, they might have Milotic. They might have Milotic, never mind. Basculegion seems like an okay lead too. Basculegion threatens a bunch of their stuff with a KO instantly. But maybe it's just Basculegion in the back to clean up. Strong Jaw, Mega Shark Crunch may threaten Giraffe. You think that one shot? I don't know, man. Giraffe's bulky, but I can fake it out. Would you recommend getting into Champions once it comes out for Android? I like VGC. I think it's a fun game. Globster Prime, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support, even during the Pokemon stream. It'll be fine. Crunch's ass. I mean, Crunch's base power 80, no? Similar to a lot of other moves. Like Kowtow Cleave is on. Is Kowtow Cleave not 80 as well, or is it 85? There's Sharpedo. It's 120 because of Strong Jaw. Yeah. Oh wait, it's not even Mega Sharpedo. It's just base form Sharpedo. Wait. Wait. Clap. I swear to God, if this Frostlass freezes, the stream ends. Okay, the stream does not end. Not yet. Rain Dance, Aura Sphere? Maybe? As someone who has no idea of VGC, how often do they implement balance changes? Never. Between generations. Which is like once in like 5 years or something. Ooh, nice protect. Goodbye, Sharpedo. The formats change, but that's not balance changes. That's not like, oh, this move is too strong, let's adjust it type of thing. That's not what that means. All right, we're spouting. We're healing Blastoise and we're spouting. Sharpedo has done nothing. I mean, yeah, I think that's what it does best though. I think it does that very consistently. Double protect. All right then. All right then. Melodic probably takes that well. Ah, dude, that's very pathetic. Bro. Gets the double protect and hits Hypnosis, man. But therefore your Sneasler burns. That's only fair, dude. And now, yeah, coil after using Hypnosis. I love that for me. Get destroyed, man. This Blastoise is so woke, man. Goodbye, dude. Nice coil. Okay, we have identified that if they don't have Cringe Gambit, or if we crit the Cringe Gambit, we can win. Do you know, like, do you know one thing I'm thinking about? One thing I'm thinking about right now, like, maybe, here's the thing, right? Let me, instead of Farigiraf, Blastoise, Basculegion, what if, well, hear me out, okay? What if it's Farigiraf, Torkoal, Scarf Typhlosion? Because in my mind, I think Typhlosion is faster than Basculegion, but I'm not sure if that's true. Now, I might have made that up. Typhlosion is faster. Typhlosion is faster than the fish. So we can just Scarf Shadow Ball KO it. And with Torkoal, we get the Sun. We can lead like Torkoal, Typhlosion, and just Eruption. And we can protect Typhlosion from Sucker Punch with Farigiraf. Shadow Ball doesn't OHKO Basculegion? It doesn't? Basculegion lives Shadow Ball from Scarf Typhlosion? That's stab. Really? Hold up. Basculegion. Hisuian Typhlosion. If I am modest. If I'm modest, it can kill. It's not guaranteed though, you're right. 50% chance to OHKO. Yeah. Basculegion is broken. Dude, that Mon is so annoying. Okay, but we've been winning, so we're not making changes after we win. That's not how that works. Okay, there is no Cringe Gambit, so I think we're gaming. Maybe sometimes I should lead Basculegion. Or I could also lead Incineroar here. Is it Incineroar lead and then Parting Shot? I think that's good. I like that. I like that more because then the Blastoise gets in. The Blastoise gets in with no damage. Garchomp, Dragonite. Not Inner Focus Dragonite, not White Herb on Garchomp. So guys, the Garchomp is weak now. I'll Trick Room. Dude, I know they're gonna Rock Slide. But I'll still Parting Shot into the Dragonite. Oh, they switch. Okay. Rotom. I don't want to play against Rotom. Is VGC usually double? It's always double, yeah. How much? So much! Why are these Pokemon always broken when someone else uses them, but never when I do? I mean, the problem is my Blastoise does not hurt these Pokemon. Maybe I should have gone into Sinistra, dude. I'm still spouting, I think. I'm still spouting just for damage output. Give me a drop. No? Okay. Good damage on Rotom. Citrus Rotom, okay. They probably T-Bolt my Blastoise. Yeah. Oh, God. Jesus Christ, man. I thought about protecting as well. I don't have the damage to get through their mons. I really don't. They even have, they don't have rain on their team, bro. What do you mean, Hurricane? That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. The burn, Sinistra. No. Oh, we might live that. Yeah. Oh, they double. Okay, nice double. Dude, what am I doing with this team, man? I don't have the damage even in Trick Room. Blastoise just doesn't KO shit. Because how are you supposed to... Like, here's the thing, right? You're supposed to bring in Blastoise at full HP. Because if you lead it and fake out, the partner attacks you. Which is shit. I feel like yesterday's team was the goo. Maybe. Maybe. I'm definitely gonna have to go back to the drawing board after the stream. I feel like I should just be playing a balanced team, I think. Yesterday's team was kind of like a balanced team. I don't feel comfortable playing archetypes. I'm just not good enough with that. Oh, Trick Room ended. I missed that. I didn't see Trick Room end. Okay, well, that's awkward. I mean, not that it would have changed anything. I probably would have reset up Trick Room if I knew that. Yeah, they played better than I did. That's fine. I just got outplayed in that team. That to be fair, I don't know if that was a skill issue or if their team just had a really good matchup and they played it well. Because I don't know, in hindsight, looking at what they brought, I don't know how I beat that. What's my answer to Mega Dragonite? I need Ice Beam on the thing, I guess, on Blastoise to beat that. But even then, got any other Megas you want to try out? Not today. We've been live for almost 8 hours. I'm not going to build another team today, but maybe another time. Not good enough, he says, as he was top 1000 at one point. I mean, I'm not bad at the game, but like I've definitely reached a point where like I'm losing way more than I'm winning right now with new teams. To be fair, I haven't tried these teams before, so that's partially the reason, probably. Scrappy Kangaskhan or Inner Focus is always hard to guess. It's the Mega Kangaskhan. I like this. Blastoise in the back. And Cringe Gambit. You might need a version of the team where you play middle speed and option to TR or Tailwind depending on the matchup. That's what I was thinking. Like I had the Corviknight on yesterday's team, right? With the oh, I didn't see they have Cringe. Okay, they have Cringe Gambit. That's uh-oh. Dude, what do I do now? I was talking so much that I ignored the fact that they had King Gambit on their team and I let Incineroar into it. Nah, dude. I need to stop playing. I'm not playing well right now. Helping Hand Flare into it. Yeah, but it's faster than my Incin probably, right? Oh wait, no, it might not be. Double down and parting shot him. Dude, it was, they didn't mega. It was non-mega. What's they called? Oh, bro, now what do I do? They didn't want to get faked out. Yeah, I get that, yeah. I was just waiting for the second hit to see how much damage it would do, and it never happened. These. I have to do it again. I don't see an I'm wasting so many turns of Trick Room for this. If they swap as well, like but if they swap, I'm thinking like, okay, maybe they swap, but then the King Gambit loses the boost at least. Right? maybe they swap, but then like my instant dies to recoil, and then I bring in my Blastoise, and I might have a little bit of time left in Trick Room. Wouldn't Sucker Punch beat you? They can't Sucker Punch against Farigiraf. It has an ability. They're slower. I'm losing my mind, man. I'm losing my mind with Kingambit. I can't play the game against Kingambit. This Mon is too broken for me. Let's make an anti-King Gambit team. Dude, I wish I could. I wish I could play like freaking only mons that beat this Pokemon. It's so annoying. Need Sneasler? Yeah, but I built a Trick Room team. Of course I didn't put Sneasler, man. Punkilder would have been nice here, yeah. So. That's a choke. This is like this Kingambit is made to beat my team, by the way. It's made to it's a minus speed nature because it even underspeeds Farigiraf. Maybe the Sinister has Trick Room? Yeah, maybe. Maybe they have a Trick Room mode, but like, bro. I could have beaten this Kingambit outside of Trick Room. I had a better chance against it. Bro, I got 4-0'd by this Kingambit, man. It's time to call it a day. We need to build a better team. This team is ass. And I'm playing like ass. Like, the thing is, like, even in the matchups where we get what we want, which is like, we had full HP Blastoise with Farigiraf next to it in Trick Room like 2 games ago, and we didn't even get a knockout against freaking Dragonite plus Rotom Wash. And what am I like? How do I beat those Pokemon, dude? I need to build a balanced team. I'm not good with archetypes. I just keep running into, like, of course, like the thing is, like, people see that I'm playing an archetype, right? They see team preview and they're like, oh, this is a Trick Room Blastoise team, and then they lead their best answers to it. And I don't know how to deal with that. Cause my team is clearly not built properly to deal with the countermeasures to my game plan. Like, I clearly don't have a way to deal with it at the moment, and it's not working. So this is not working. All right. Well. All right then. I hope you all enjoyed the stream anyways, even though we dropped a bunch of points. I'm trying my best, you know, not mainly a Pokemon player, but I feel like yesterday I was doing fine yesterday when I was playing Balance. I feel like today I was just trying things that I'm not good enough for. I was doing okay yesterday. We climbed with the Balance team yesterday. I should return to Balance probably at some point. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, we've been live for 8 hours, so I hope you enjoyed. I'll see you next time. Thank you everyone for watching, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of